हृदये चित्त संवित् ओम 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 हृदये चित्त संवित्.
Thank you.
I hope you've all rested well, drinking plenty of water. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge several people that I failed to acknowledge yesterday. There were 3 assistants that were not on my list. Anna Delury, Eric Small, and Donna Pointer. Also, I would like to give special thanks and acknowledgement to the Iyengar National Association of the United States and to Mala Apt, the president, for all of the work they've done.
I've been asked by Guruji to talk a bit about what these classes really should do for you. Don't think that you come here to really get worked out. You have to use these as stepping stones for your own practices. So yesterday's Baddha Konasana, as many of you know, gives you an impression of where to go at home and what to look for. And though we may not cover a lot of poses, you're to extrapolate, you're to move those poses into your own practice, decide what other poses can be learned from there, decide which principles can be used by you across your practices, so that here is a matter of a teaching tool that isn't so much just trying to put you through these asanas, but instead give you the opportunity to learn how to learn, which is obviously more sophisticated, so that's the level that Guruji is trying to impart to us. Now I'll turn it over to Patricia to Garland. Guruji.
You know, yoga is like a ocean.
No, Patricia.
He is like an ocean. Yes? Always to my guru. You know, yoga is like an ocean. It's as the ocean is very deep, the yoga is also very, very deep. It cannot be covered within the frame of time. Art is infinite, so the content of that art is also infinite, which cannot be given in a finite time. Yet, in 3 days or 4 days, what I am doing is to give you some means for you to progress. If I have to conduct class to give, then I have to stay here for 2-3 years. So you have to forgive me that I'm not conducting the class, but I'm feeding you with ideas, but to practical ideas, not utopian ideas. Practical ideas wherein you can build up from where you have reached your culmination. Because sometimes it happens to the mind that I think I cannot proceed further. So here I've come to open the mind, your mind, so that it is possible for you to break that line which you create in yourselves, that I cannot proceed further. And that's why I said, let me try whether I can open your mind, your eyes, your mind, to penetrate a little further from where you think that you cannot go further. And secondly, this subject is the characteristic of this subject is that it will not give you the effect very soon. Often, you find you climb a mountain, then you be a plateau, and you stay for some time, then you go further. So yogic science is the same way. Often it creates a plateau, and that plateau you mistake that, I think I cannot proceed further, and then you lose the path. So you have to live in that plateau. Never mind, but I will not fall down, but I will maintain that my practice, though I am in that plateau. Suddenly something flashes to you. Then you start climbing. Then again a plateau will come. So sometimes the plateau may be very short, sometimes it may be too long. And the mind is connected with time. If there is no mind, there is no time. In sleep, do you know the time? So that's why, because there is no mind. So because we always count on mind, we get disappointed. So yoga is a disappointing subject. You can read, it will tell you wonderful things. But when you touch it, it's a very disappointing art and disappointing philosophy. And secondly, yoga is the only science which, when we use the word swadhyaya, the other side of the swadhyaya we don't understand at all. The swadhyaya means that you have to face all the negative things which come in your thought, how you have to face them. And that is because whether you take music, you take dance, the outsiders can criticize. Yoga cannot be criticized by others, only by one who practices himself or herself. So that is known as culture of the self. Yoga is self-culture because you are the critic of your own sadhana. Not in music, not in dance, not in painting, or any other art. This is the only art where you can open your eyes to find fault in your own before you like to criticize others. That's the beauty in yoga. Whereas in others, they can straight attack others. But in yoga, first you have to attack yourself before you like to attack others. That's the beauty of which the asanas and pranayama give you. So please live with disappointments. So that disappointment one day may turn into appointment. So bear with your failures, and those failures alone, as you say, are the stepping stones. So they are the stepping stones for you to climb up the ladder of spiritual world. So God bless you all.
Would you lead us in the chant?
No.
The chant? You don't want to sit for the chant? You have to lead the chant?
Right.
You'll chant to Patanjali?
No, we have to chant.
Yeah.
That's why.
That's for
Sit
you.
wherever you are. Close your eyes. Fold your palms. You know, when you fold your palms, as I said yesterday, you are saluting not only the guide, philosopher, Patanjali, but you are also saluting with your thumb the self who is within you. So it's a self-salutation, not a salutation of me to you or yours to me. So where the thumb touches, there is the vibration of the self. So let your thumb feel the vibration of the self. Hridaye chitta samvite. That is the word you used when I came. So chitta is Frut, where one exists, which does not oscillate at all, is then known as Frut Budaya. So that is this place. So you are saluting this self from your thumb, listening through the ears, the vibration of the self which has no word but only sound. Keep your spine erect. When I say spine erect, do not jerk the body. Just like a snake, it moves forward. You have to move very carefully from the tailbone, ascending the energy upwards, but not stretching the spine. Let the energy ascend, and you will find space created in the spine. And descend the energy of the brain, so that the energy of the brain and the energy of the spine meet at the center where the self is vibrating, which you can feel by the skin of your thumb. Take your eyes to feel, to reach the self within. Yogena chittasya padena vacha. Yogena chittasya padena vacha. Malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena. Malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena. Yopakarottam pravaram muninam. Yopakarottam pravaram muninam. Patanjalim pranjaliranatosmi. Patanjalim pranjaliranatosmi. Abahu purushakaram. Abahu purushakaram. Shankha chakrasidharinam. Shankha chakrasidharinam. Sahasra shirasam shvetam. Sahasra shirasam shvetam. Pranamami Patanjalim. Pranamami Patanjalim. Harihi Om. Harihi Om. Surrender your brain to the self, and through that pure self, pray Patanjali to bless you to master this subject. Bring your hands down, then slowly open the lids of your eyes. That also is needed. That also is needed. Ask. I am giving you by, intelligence always is measured by comparison. Follow? So similarly, you have to know how you should know whether you are doing the asana very accurately or not, as far as your intellectual capacity can take it. Because nobody can decide precision. But one knows the meaning of precision. But to reach that precision is not so easy. But is it possible to reach the last but one ladder of that precision? So that's why I thought that yesterday's asanas which we took, if I give you the alignment, see, when you reach the alignment, they have taken copy from my word, no doubt. But everybody speaks of the alignment of what? Follow? So when I say alignment, the gross alignment is the outer bank and the inner bank of the body. Outer ankle, inner ankle, parallel. Outer calf muscle, inner calf muscle is it banks. I'm speaking of the end of the, where the muscles end. Are they parallel to each other? Follow? So like that you should go on working. Then you have to find that when you are doing Trikonasana, as you speak of alignment, have you ever thought of aligning the energy? Suppose you are doing Trikonasana, Tadasana. Suppose you are very strong on your right leg and the energy is vibrating in your right leg, and the left leg is little dull. Then you have to align the energy, is it not? So that nobody speaks. Only they say, align your body with what? No, they give whatever they think. Now, how many of you know when I say that when you do the asana, that each and every part of your extended body, if you stretch your right leg in Parshakonasana, backwards, and the left leg you are bending, and you stretch your arm over the head, and how do you align this self everywhere? Is your self existing without deviation, without refraction, without losing the alignment of this self, that it is touching this self everywhere? Have you ever tried that? So alignment does not mean, because as Patanjali also speaks of Ashtanga Yoga, Yamaniyama Pranayama Pratyahara Dharana Dhyana Samadhi, you all think it's a stage. They are like a rose flower, which has got 8 petals, one from the inside to the outside. If there are 8 petals, do you call them stages or you call them only layers? Layers of petals, is it not? So Patanjali has given various layers in the part of yoga. And whether we can touch all these layers without showing, oh, this is the step, I have to go from this step, then only I have to climb that step. The petals of the rose does not say that I am the first yama, this is I am niyama, I am asana. So it's the human mind which is unnecessarily disturbing the innocent people's mind. So let us learn that this, in order to make people to understand conveniently, they have to show divisions of functions. But on the whole, it is one. So that is what I said, this each and every fiber, each and every cell, each and every capillaries has to be connected to the self. That is the alignment of the asana of the self with the body, body with the self. Not saying, stretch your hand, align your little finger to the middle finger. This is all nonsensical way. So when the self engulfs the entire body, without neglecting one part. If you want to know, please come, I will show you. Do Parshakonasana. I will use the word Parshakonasana. Anywhere you can do. You can see anywhere, front, back, it does not matter. You want to? No, do the pose. Just go to the pose. Now, Now, if you observe, her consciousness is there, right? You are aware of this or not?
Now I am.
You are. No, man. Now you are. Are you aware of this hand? Elbow? Now can you see? So where is the alignment? She said, I'm aware of this now. But when I said I'm aware of this, why did she not say that I'm aware of my elbow and the arm which is on the floor? So can you align that also? Now cut the elbow deep into the body, and this elbow, this knee, and this elbow, all three stretch at one time. And now the body is stretching or the self is stretching?
Self.
Can you see now what did she say?
Self.
Now, is it physical yoga now? No. I'm sorry to say, yoga journal also. Asana is physical. What did she say though? Did I teach her or did it come from her heart? Now, you can see how to alignment. One asana I will explain. As I said, if I come contain, within 3 years I can make you to be like me. But it is impossible. Because, now observe. Here this self is twisting in a different angle. Here it is opening this way. Here it is closing this way. One self is fighting with the other. That's known as criticism. Self-criticism. So why is this? This is turning. Why this is going down? Why not I also stretch? Let me follow what line I have. What line I have. What line I have. What line I have. Can you see now? Now where is the finger? Middle finger? Is exactly if you draw a line, it is there, right? To the window. Now where is her trunk? Is it alignment? Huh? Now just I adjust, you can see the alignment. What is the pose now? Do you all work like that? You overstretch and you say, oh, I'm stretching. So is it a right stretch, a wrong stretch? So what she did was, she did like that, right? Yes. Can you see the ego of the pelvic girdle? When a person is egoistic, do you know what is it? He lifts his head. Yeah. A humble man looks down. A distressed person looks down. Right? Now, can you see ego? So what did I say? You go back. Yes. You be humble. Now what happened to the line you get? So this is the center. Can you see? From here, see the hand. Now here what happens? The brain is quiet. When she did like that, the brain was hard. So the brain was functioning. So she said, I did wonderfully well. Now the moment she takes back, the energy diffuses to the rest of the body. That is alignment of the brain, energy of the brain to bring equally on the other parts of the body. Why should it be heavy? You do Parshakodasi, you feel your head very heavy, but the rest of the body is light. So you have to question, why my head should be heavy? So let me make the brain light, let me make my body heavy. What happens? Now see how difficult alignment. She's stretching very well, right? She thinks she's straight. Is it straight? Can you see the Taj Mahal dome? Can you see the Taj Mahal? No, I'm saying how difficult for the intelligence to penetrate your body. Because this is not interrupted intelligence. The intelligence from here to here is flowing, it is contracted. Intelligence, it is interrupted. You know, like a river. If there is a stone, how the water moves? No. Now do the other side. Do the other side. Remember yesterday I told you I may be a teacher to you. Yeah. But you and I are the students of yoga. So no division, no variations. So no ego should be touched by anybody. Follow? I may be a superior teacher to her. But compared to yoga, she and me are students. So there is no differences nowadays. Now she has done. Can you see the dome? So why I say is, this is coming up. So if there is a valley, I said yesterday in the middle, if there is a mountain only, there is a valley. If there is no mountain, there is no valley. So you have to see, this is the mountain. So there must be some valleys. Follow? Now, where is the valley? Now you can see the dip here. This is above, this is below. Now take this down, this comes up. Can you see now? So that is how you have to balance your intelligence in each asana so that it flows in the inner layer of the skin, inner layer of the flesh. Intelligence flows without any, interruptions. Now see, this has gone down. Now you can see. From here to here, you can see the angle perfect. What happened here? This is another mountain. I dropped this mountain, another mountain raised here. No. Still the mountain does not disappear. What did she do? She thought because I hit her, she just turned here. See, the mountain came here. Can you see? Now what I do for that? Now see, I am taking. And now, did I not? See again, don't drop. Now only stretch from here. Can you see? Precision will not come in one day. Now here she knows. There is an intellectual volcano. It's coming up. Follow? Now what did she do? You understood now? That is how you have to understand. Then if you come like that, see her elbow. Again, like Taj Mahal I said. That means the intelligence is flowing here. The intelligence is not flowing here. Let me make the intelligence without stretching the body. What you have to do, push the energy, it opens. What happened to the elbow? Line came or not? So that is alignment. So intellectual alignment with the physical frame of the asana is real alignment. At that time, there is no division between body, mind, and intelligence. And that's why I have to show here. 2, 3 people can come here. One here, one there. Anybody? One here, one there. Do. Now come on this side then. You go that side. Face that way. No, because this is the guru. This is not a prop. As commonly we use it. This is your guru. So this guru says, suppose he is standing. Now you have to measure the distance from here to the pipe, middle. The pipe is the guide. And you have to measure what is the distance from here to the pipe, what is the distance from the top thigh to the wood. Are they equal? You can see. This is coming forward. See, this is closer to the wood. This is not closer to the wood. You get an idea? Is it alignment? So that is why this is the guru. Why should I move this muscle back forward? Now see, this distance you have to understand. Now he did it. Where is he standing? What is the distance from the pipe? Where the heel is? Where the stomach is? Suppose you want to touch the stomach, you have to bring the also foot forward. And now, now is the leg coming forward or it humbled? Soma also I humbled now. Where you says Soma has no ego. The Soma had the ego because, can you say, she is standing here, the ego is here. So I said, bring the foot 1 inch forward. Now this goes back. Because the distance what she has here, she has to make that same distance. Now the legs are humble. Yes or no?
Yes.
So that is why I said, please use this not as a prop, as a guide. That is, it has no life. So every time you move forward and back, though I'm standing, I'm far away from this. Where is my toe? What is the distance? What is my distance? Can you see? So I'm educating myself. So what do? You stand. Follow? So the somatic ego came forward. So I said, hey, somatic ego, go back. Follow now? And now Trikonasana. We did not take Trikonasana. Which asana we took yesterday?
We took
Ardha Mukha Svanasana, Uttanasana.
Parshvottanasana, Prasana.
Uttanasana. Okay. Come here. Stand here. Give me 1 brick. Or, no, not necessary. Padangushta, 1 foot here. 1 foot there. Here. Hey, here. Facing that way only. Did I sit up? Can't you keep like this? Prasarthapana type. He is in the middle. Follow now? You watch. Where is this? This wood. Keep the foot here. And your heel should be in line to the wood. Stand. Wood of the stand wood. And now, how difficult it is to move the thighs back, can you see? Huh? So what I say, touch here. And now move the thighs back. Did it went back or not? Did you not culture the leg? So only you can speak of the culturing of the mind. You do not know how to culture your own body. So unless you culture the body, how can you culture the mind? That's why the asanas were introduced to culture your body, so that when the body is cultured, the mind knows how it has to behave in the body. Now we can see now Uttanasana. Hands down. Go down with leave. Go, take the buttocks forward first. Now you just see, do. You are doing now?
Yes.
Now you can see the side people, particularly side people. The leg is here. Where is the buttock? Huh? So with the hand, let me poke the wood. Let the buttocks poke the wood with your hand pressure. Now still you are not touching. Can you see now?
This is.
Oh, that's hurting you. There, bring me 2 bricks. Bring me 2 bricks. Where is that? Get up. No, not for you. Keep that relaxed. Don't laugh. That means she has no intelligence. But I have intelligence. What she said? She said, it is hitting me. And now keep the leg on the brick and now touch. Now it is not, no, came or not. So that's known as common sense. You don't use the common sense. What have I to do for that? Do you mean to say that because there is a nut and bolt, I shouldn't do it here? I can't remove the nut and bolt, so I have to think of where should I stand so that the nuts may not touch me. Now, see the legs, how beautifully they are educated. Now come down. Uttanasana. Now do Uttanasana. Feet touching the wood. And now, this, touch this. And now see the difference it made? She complained with the first one. Now the same nut is guiding her how to do Uttanasana. First she said, oh, I don't know. It is coming in my way. Now, that coming in way helped her to do better asana. Now, see how the legs are? And now, you can see the difference. She is touching the wood with her heel. This man is not touching the wood with his heel. You follow? Hinges are not touching. That means you have to push the back. Let me touch the wood. And now see the leg came straight, perpendicular. That is alignment. No part of your body is forward, backward. They are in the middle line exactly, you can see. So you have aligned the intelligence of the leg to behave in such a way that the circumference of the body, the intelligence, the ball of the intelligence is the center, and you have to adjust your outer muscles to touch the wall of intelligence, which is the middle portion of the leg or the arms, whatever it may be. And that is alignment. Now come on. Then Adho Mukha Svanasana. Can you take this bar?
Yeah.
You can take that. Somebody come help me. Some assistants are there, they are sitting, enjoying. No, only one. Just take it out. Just to give line, idea. And now, come here. Do the dog pose here. Please count that we learnt only few asanas. This is your mental block. Even in one asana, what we have not done so far, thank God we got something. Follow? Please have that attitude, positive attitude. Oh, I thought that I will do 20 or 30 asanas. I can take. You know what is Ashtanga Yoga? You want, I can take it, the Ashtanga Yoga, in 2 minutes. I can take 30 asanas in 30 minutes. Not that I do not know, because I come from the same Guru who taught me the Ashtanga Yoga. So you people only have divided Ashtanga Yoga to Iyengar Yoga. Krishnamacharya is the only person who taught us Ashtanga Yoga. Krishnamacharya is the only person who gave Vini Yoga. Krishnamacharya, you gave the same what I am teaching. So you people have divided, not the root. The root is Krishnamacharya. As the tree has different branches, so I took one branch, Deshkacharya took one branch, Pattabhi took one branch. But there is no division, follow? So please note all these things. Because in all the magazines, I'm a student of Iyengar, Ashtanga, Vini Yoga. These are all nonsensical ways of capturing the people. This is commercialism in a teacher. It's not honesty. Honesty is that sorry, because you are all my students. The honesty is, would you like a raw apple when there is a fine, no, not ripe fruit, fine looking, juicy apple? Which one you prefer? So also in yoga, you have to go to the finest point. Do you mean to say I have done Ashtanga Yoga, the jumpings? Do you mean to say I have not done in my life? I have done 40 years. I have done 40 years, not one day, not 2 days. But what I did, Pattabhi Jois took where my Guruji stopped. And he continued that. I said, I flew over what my Guruji taught. Is that the end? So what I learned was, from the movement, I'm only teacher myself. I said, jumpings is yoga of motion. Vinyasa yoga is yoga of motion. Mine is yoga of action. I don't want motion. So people are excited by the motion because the external mind gets the vibration. But I want the inner mind to get the vibration, not the outer mind. So that is jump I made from Krishnamacharya's teaching. So please don't say Iyengar is different, the Vini Yoga is different, Pattabhi is different. We are all same. Root is the same. But only it has branched off. So I am trying that please don't think as a branch, but how they branch at the end. Touch. So you have to know that how these three people's movements, where does it touch? That is what I am guiding you, that don't think that there is a difference. I have also done 40 years. Why I left off Ashtanga Yoga? I said after 40 years people cannot do. Then have I to tell them stop yoga? Tell me. Even if you feel, see my film, 1975, 1977, I've done a lot of jumpings. Even 84 film, you say it's a lot of jumpings. So that is exhibitionism. Is it learning? So that is why I'm showing. So I came to the alignment. That is why I'm the one who is using the word alignment. Why not Deshkacharya? Why not Pattabhi? They don't use the word alignment. Now even, for example, stand up. Go to Trikonasana. Now she is standing, jump 4 feet apart. I'm not criticizing, I'm guiding you. Follow now? Now when you say, stretch your hands up. Ekam, dve, trini, chatvari, that's what you all know, no? I also know, not that I've forgotten. Ekavimshiti, dvyavimshiti, trivimshiti, that's why I also know it. Because I'm come from the same root. Now, when you go to Trikonasana, you say exhale, go down. What people do? They exhale. Then they do the kumbhaka, then they go down. Here alone, if they are somebody, they know it. So what the range of movement? Suppose she goes to Trikonasana. She has to measure the length from head for the arms to go down. The exhalation has to be adjusted. Now I exhale for her. Where I touch, my exhalation stopped. Follow? But whereas you may do exhale, go. Where to stop the exhalation? What is the length of exhalation? Then I am coming up, now I inhale. So this is known as adjustment of the breath with the asana. Have you ever done that way? So they say Iyengar doesn't teach. Doesn't breathing at all. So this is all stories. So stop those stories because you people have not seen me. So good that many of you are seeing me. At least you get some idea. Now, this is Trikonasana. The range was short. So the exhalation is short. Come on. Now turn this way. Parshakonasana. The range is long. So you have to adjust the exhalation according to that range. Did you see? So we have to study all this. And this is known as fineness. Not just going exhale, go down. They are going down with the kumbhaka. Not with exhalation. When they come, with the breath, holding the breath, they come out. So easy to yoga, tell them. That's how you have to think. I have done everything. So as in college, you want to go for better education. Even in yoga, you have to understand what is better education. Not to say, I am doing Ashtanga, I am doing Vini Yoga, I am doing Iyengar Yoga. There is no Iyengar Yoga at all. I don't know why these people call this as Iyengar Yoga. I learned formally from Krishnamacharya. And now, Adho Mukha Svanasana. Now do outside. You do the outside. Both of you. Now get a formation of the asana. When you do independently, though is it educating them, you can ask them. Yeah, they are doing the pose. What are you getting it? What are you getting?
I'm getting some length in my side waist and stretching my calves, lengthen the calves. That's what I'm feeling.
And she got only so much. What did you get, sir?
Fear and anxiety.
No. What he said is true. What he said is true because I'm here. Now, why I say she said about leg. She said about her horns. Did she say anything about her trunk? Did she say anything about the self-action? Did she say anything about the corners of the ribs functioning? Nothing. So compartmental understanding of the pose. Now come here. Do in between. Take the support. If the leg is forward, you use the brick for your legs. Somebody come here, please. Brick. One brick. And touch the brick. Touch the brick. And give her also. Now do the pose. Manisha, now fear and anxiety is there or gone?
No.
Huh?
The support took it away.
Support took it away. Now, Patricia, is the leg only stretching or something more stretching?
Many more things are stretching.
Many more things are stretching. Have you not enhanced the understanding of intelligence? Have you not projected the intelligence further than what you did on the floor? Now, ask them, how is your side ribs moving? Huh?
More free.
More free, long space created. Space is freedom. So I created freedom for the intelligence to flow in those parts, to understand that the intelligence has to move there. This part is existing. Intelligence did not move. Now I say, the part is existing. You had forgotten. Now bring your intelligence there so that let the intelligence know that I have got this part. Now is it a guide or is it a help? Is it educative or is it a prop? Now listen. So everybody, Iyengar uses the props. Because my intelligence is less. So I learned with these things. When I was doing independently, it did not teach me. But it started teaching me. Then I did independently. Then whatever things I got, I interpreted in my classical presentations. If you do that, again their anxiety will come. He said there is a support, so anxiety, fear disappeared. So let me absorb that and let me come, whether that fear comes in or not. If the fear does not come in, that means you have reached one ladder in your presentation of the asana. Otherwise, you are not. So that is how you have to learn. And now next.
I did Parshvottanasana.
Parshvottanasana. Now come here. Now stand. Now here only. Now take, this is the wrong way of putting. If you take that leg back. Now do what you are doing, Parshvottanasana. And now you can observe, whatever he struggles, the line will not come on the side of lateral buttocks. Is the lateral buttock forming this middle portion of the, or is it back? Back. Is it back or is it in line to the trunk? So placement, now prop is there, but you don't use your intelligence. In what way if I do, I can use a prop as a guide. Now change your leg. Do the pose. Now, what happened to the hips? Was there any struggle to adjust, or it adjusted naturally? So when is it adjusted naturally, you have to develop that character. Oh, there is a natural flow of intelligence, not the artificial flow, induced intelligence. When they change the leg, see, they are playing with the intelligence. Which side I have to turn, which side I have to rotate, what is right, what is wrong. Can you see now? So the intelligence is struggling. Should I do this way? Should I do that way? Follow? So you don't get it. How to use the props also people don't know. And they say, because I use in the medical classes, oh, it is meant for the medical students. Change the leg. And now look at the buttocks, how they rotate, how the muscles work. Help her to realize what is the characterization. Now nature taught or not? Can you see now? Now curve back the head. Now see, is there any disturbance taking place, or it is listening? Buttocks. Hips are in the line now. Curve any amount. Say no disturbance takes place. Change the leg. Now do the curvature. Change the leg and do the curvature. See how the pose is distorted. And distorted pose, you think you are doing well. Now can you see the distortion? So that is why I said today I showed them how to use the Tesla to learn the asana. And now next asana. And now put the pipe. Somebody come. Pipe. Yesterday in Parshvottanasana, Patricia said, move the diaphragm, move this that way, move that way. Complicating you people, because you are already complicated. Because the balancing of the position is difficult. As it is difficult, your mind is shaking. No? Which way I have to do? She said, do this, do that. Now see what happened. No, do Parshvottanasana. Huh? No, independent, yes. You can show both. Parshvottanasana, Baba. Parshvottanasana.
No.
Head down. It was taken yesterday right from she told, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do. Now, how to watch the line? If you are a good student, this is the middle portion of the brain. Is it in line? This the tailbone is the middle. Follow? The middle portion is the middle tailbone, and middle portion of the hemisphere is the middle brain. Can you see how tilted they are? Can you see the tilting? This is the center. Where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Where is that? Whereas see the head? Circular round. The head is straight. Correctly placed. What about the back? You can see the differences, all of you? You can also see, even from the corner, so you can see there. See how, this is the right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, or the hemispheres one above, one below. Concoction of the brain of the buttocks. Now support, take support. And now still you will not get it because they don't know how to do it. Follow? Now you can see the still defect is there. Now I will show you how I learn the diaphragm is not still in line. You can see this is center, then can you see the curvature here? Then it comes in line. It is disturbed. Same there. See the middle. Now how to educate this part? I say I don't change. I take this hand, I put it inside the tube. Now look at the back, what happened? So am I educating the body or am I educating the Tesla? So you get ideas. Now, Sthiram Sukham Asanam. In Vinyasa Krama, they have to go on moving from one asana to the other asana. Where is Sthirata? Now what am I doing? Because I gave the right line, I will never talk, stay there. So that get maturity, get tone, let the body be tuned, let the body be toned, let the nerves be toned. So stay there because there is a support here. They won't fall. Suppose they learn without using this, they cannot stay too long. Do you feel the tension coming? Yes. Now there is a tension means the abdominal organs, cells, pricks the inner body. Take the hand inside, they don't prick. So you learn, when I do the asanas, how the abdominal organ should be. Whereas if you keep the hand, like you don't know what is the right method. Now this is teaching the right method. When I do independently, can I have the same freedom in my abdominal cells? You understood now? And now come up. So now you know how to use the Treslar or no? Follow? Yes. Now, Govarna. Prasarita Patana, son. Do that. And see the legs. Bottom leg, top leg, middle of the buttocks, hip muscles. Are they in line? They are not in line? Just say yes or no. Why? What is the use of looking, staring at them? Huh? I'm only asking you to see the deviation in the asana. Now, see the legs. The heel is there. What is if you don't know? What is the distance between this and this? What is the distance? Where is this line? The buttock is forward than the heel. Can you see? Now come here. Go inside. Get up. Use the prop. One brick is enough. That side only. No, do there only. Keep the heel in line to the pipe. Face that way. How can you face this way? Your head cannot do that. So yoga needs presence of mind. Understand now? And now do it. Now touch the pipe with your buttocks. Do you see the difference or not? Alignment came or not? Alignment of the muscles, alignment of the fibers, alignment of the tendons, alignment of the cartilages, alignment of the joints. How many things are hidden? So without telling, all have come. Now you are all doing, they are also doing, but what they are not doing, you cannot trace. Now I will ask them, you have used the brick support, right? Have you ever touched the brick with your side foot? Find out, don't adjust. See, they moved. See how, that's why yesterday I told you, all students will be clever, but not clear. So they showed the cleverness, not clarity. Because I am their teacher. They are my pupils. Now what? See, come out. Do there. Outside. Please note, you do Prasarita Pota as first class. Because your head touches the floor, you are very comfortable. Where you do not, as the head touches the floor, you should know which part is not touching the floor. Can you see here? How deep it can go, light? From the middle of the arch to the heel. Is there a space on the floor or not? Is it touching the floor? Huh? Who said yes? No. Yeah, is it touching? Or please use your specs. You wanted to know? This is my little finger. Is it touching? Is it touching? No. Can I go here? No. Can you see? So, what is the education? If you look here, the outer ankle, the inner ankle, they are not parallel to each other, that's why it does not touch. And what did he do? He lifted the inner ankle and then made the outer foot to flow on the floor. And see, still she's not doing, you can see. Now, you can see the ankle, this side and that side. See, this is the top ankle, this is the bottom ankle. Is it doing Tadasana? Is the ankle doing Tadasana? Now, take the foot 1 inch in. Not the toe. Toe in line to the heel. Toe in line to the heel. That also. You have got two legs, 2 toes. Now, what I do, I lift here. Oh, this carpet is slipping. Okay. Now, many of you can see how I am adjusting her ankle. Now, this is ankle Tadasana. Now, see. You can see the top ankle, how I move. So that means inner intelligence is not functioning. So here, intelligence is very alert. It says arrogantly intelligent. This part, I don't know whether there is. It's a yoga class, my friend. It's not a yawning class. Should I start a yawning class? Huh? Now laughing classes have come. So tomorrow you can start what is yawning class. Now raise the inner ankle straight up. Now see, this goes down. So what is the reaction if I do something? Has to be learned. Now go to the brick. We do the. Now the leg will teach the brain. There the brain has to dictate terms to the foot. Here with this support, the foot guides the brain. That's the beauty. Is the intelligence coming from the foot, or you are sending the intelligence from the head? Huh? The foot describes to the head. Now can you see? So that is known as two avenues of intelligence. One moving from the head, which you all know, afferent nerves, all on book terms. Now what am I doing? From the efferent nerves, I am sending the message to the brain for it how to afferent nerves should function. Follow now? So afferent nerves is the guide now. Here, there afferent nerves acts. So afferent nerves do not know what to do. Here afferent nerves know what to do, and it is guiding the brain. Hope you understand. This is the purpose of using the props. Not everybody says Iyengar use yoga, everything with comfort to do. Why did I practice 70 years? For what purpose? Can we find out one yoga position in any book as I have presented without any support in Light on Yoga? Give me, easy to criticize Iyengar, but show me one person presenting an asana as I have presented in Light on Yoga book. So please do not remark. Independently also he does so well, why with support we are not getting? What have we to do? So that is known as humble mind for the learner. The learner should have a humble mind. Then only he learns. But if he says, I know how to do it, he is not a student at all. Enough. And now Trikonasana, before the class ends. I am giving, please take it. You will never get a chance. Now one asana, if you know how to interpret the other asana using the same technique. That's the important in the Trikonasana. Not independently, no, support. Face this way. Now do anyway. Face that way. Both ways I will teach. Now, he has done it. He's an expert.
Thank you.
But I'm a raw beginner. I cannot balance. Do you know what I do? What happened to his movement? Did you observe or no? Huh? Do the old pose. What? The corner of the trunk. And you see, it's not opening. And now put the hands here. Find out if there is opens more or not. So have you not made the intelligence to reach that area? So keeping in the floor, I'm doing Trikonasana. That is again egoism. Now, this says, what a stupid man I am, that when I'm doing, I did not open the corner of my chest. That's why I said self-criticism. So this is the only one which guides you to know your mistakes. And that's why I use the word self-criticism. No other art can say, but only yoga says. I'm here wrong, I'm here right, I'm here wrong, I'm here right, so that we can rectify. Now this is one way of doing. Follow? Now the other way. Come on. Face it. Only one asana I'm showing because I can't. Then I have to stay here for years to explain even one asana. I can give 40 to 50 points. You see in Yoga Journal, they say so many points. And how many points are missing only I can know, but you will never know. Now, they are doing it. Watch your shoulder blade. One is long, one is short. Now what do I do? Just touch it. And now adjust. What happened to the shoulder blade? Did I educate or it educated itself? Just a little touch. What knowledge came from there? Straight time. What is this space? This plate and this plate. No? This is for the plate to eat for adults. This is the plate for the children to feed. Now catch here. What happened? So how to open the shoulder blades? Where is the methodology? You can only say, lift your shoulder blades. But you may not be lifting, you may be lifting your hand. But here, the hand is not lifted, only the shoulder blade is lifted. You understand now? So please learn to use this is your guru. Guru is not, I said yesterday, gurus are rare. That's why I created these gurus. So that you may learn better. And instead of anger, everybody says, oh, he uses props, he knows nothing. As if they are intellectual, highly evolved intellectuals. But let them do in my presence. Then I will show you what they do not know. So how much I have struggled. That's why I said it's a disappointing subject. And when you learn this, educative practice is not an effort. Uneducative practice is an effort. Please don't say, Iyengar system is very strong, very difficult. He works on precision. So the word precision is not right. He is educative. In all the other methods, you follow the body. If the body does it, well and good. Here, you are trimming the body. Don't do this way, I want that way. That's all the difference between my way of teaching and the others. Now that's why I found out how to remove the defects, which does not surface at all. Then when I started doing, then I came to know, oh, this is not working, this is not working. Now do Trikonasana, once again, outside. Back, this way. Face me. Now do. Don't touch the wood. See the trapezium muscles, how thick they are. Follow? Can you see the thickness? See the thickness. How thick they are, how thin they are. Now come close to the wood. Same leg. Now do the pose. Now take the touch of the wood. Don't do anything like that, please. Okay. I told you as assistants should follow the teacher. Yes. Here you cannot follow on your own. You have to just follow my word. Now just touch with your thumb. Now stretch your body. What happened to the trapezium? Now, bulky muscle is only muscular. This is power and elegance. This is power, no elegance. Thick, oh my, I got wonderful muscle. Follow? Now, the moment you maintain that strength, you develop elegance. Can you see movement, how length came? Take off the hand. See the length from here to here. Keep the thumb. Did you know how much intelligence is there? How much you can think of? So if you know the body well, you know the soul well. If you do not know the body well, you do not know the self. And that is what the philosopher says, infinite cannot be measured by the finite. But I say, the end of finite touch is the beginning of infinite knowledge. That's what the asanas have taught me. So my way of philosophy is completely new, because these things have taught me. Maturity in finite is the experience of infinite. If there are divisions, you are caught up in the finite only. If every part is maintained with that strength and elegance, then the self engulfs the body, not your intelligence. That's why I said you are in touch with the infinite. Now come on. Now take off down, you take the class. You got some ideas? Yes. Come. Volunteers, take off this. See, I have taken 1 hour to explain these things. I have opened your eyes or not? Huh? So be satisfied with that. Don't say we went there, we did not get anything. Quantitatively I can take. But qualitatively nobody can take. Unless, because if your intelligence has to be refined, you have to learn only Iyengar method. For the refinement of intelligence. For the refinement of body, to keep the body fit, you can practice any yoga. So where I will quote also. Patanjali has said it, not me. I am not quoting from me. Patanjali has said, Prakashak Kristit Sheelam, Bhutendriyatmakam, Bhogam Apavargartham. So yoga can be done for bhoga. Yoga can be used for apavarga. Today all people use yoga. Everybody is commercialism. Everybody is using for their joys, right? Even Patanjali has said it. I have not said it. It's not today's human mentality. The human mentality was like that even at the time of Patanjali. So he says that if you use yoga for your pleasure, it's the end. But he says do it in such a way that your elements and your indriyas, that means senses of perception, senses of action, change to lift you to the other side, known as apavarga, means freedom from bondage. Bhoga is freedom, tied in bondage. And the other, if you leap over, he says freedom from bondage. So bhoga, apavarga, he has used. So it's not my terminology. So even in those times also, what you are telling, even those people were saying. Nothing new. So your yoga is only for the sensual pleasure. My yoga is for the spiritual bliss. That's what I am changing. Now come on. And teachers can take the class. Give these bricks back to those who gave you. These volunteers, hey, why have you left the bricks here? Come on, fast. Please do not waste time. The teachers, I'm telling the teachers, do not waste time in using yesterday's words. Yesterday's words have ended, and today's words should begin where you ended yesterday. Do not again stay. Only once in a way to bring memory. Roll the knees in. Stand on your heels. Enough. Follow? Don't say you're standing, look at this thigh, it's moving this way or moving that way. Please stop all those things. So that we can cover a little more. Come on, teacher. Who is the name? 4 robots, 3 robots, come on. One here, one here, one there. You have to imitate. You are three are robots for our explanations.
Join your feet together in Tadasana.
It's coming. Just keep talking.
Just wait.
Join your feet together in Tadasana.
Do you know what I say? Stand on your middle of the heel and middle of the sole and stand erect.
Stand erect, lift the chest.
Which is faster?
Yours.
No, for them to catch.
Uttita Parshva Konasana. Bring your fingertips up. Bend your knees, jump your legs wide apart. Extend the arms.
Sir, this is Kate.
Bend your knees and jump back. Okay, we have to turn the mats. Hurry up yourselves.
Bring the bricks first. You want place here? No, it's open, nah? This place is open.
Join the feet, stand in your heels, lift the knees, lift the chest. Come on. Stand in Tadasana.
You know, for you to understand the language, I use the common language. If a person is bloating, he has got a bloated abdomen, they say, right? If the stomach is like a football, what do you say? Bloated, right? So when you don't, this is known as bloated leg. Don't bloat your thighs. Take back in, let it be in contact with the bone. The bone should not come in contact with the flesh. Flesh should go in contact with the bone. Front leg.
Move the muscle of the front leg to the bone. Move it back. Take it back and lift the side ribs. Lift the chest. Bring your fingertips up. Bend your knees. Jump your legs wide apart. Point your toes forward. Extend the arms. Extend the fingers. Turn your right leg completely
you don't
out.
stay like that. Do the pose.
Turn your left foot in. Now press that left heel. Lift the side chest. Extend your arms.
Brick here.
Inhale and slowly exhale as you bend your right knee. Take your right hand down to the floor. Extend your top arm overhead by the ear. Keep that left heel pressing firm and move the front of that left thigh back. Don't allow it to bloat forward. Keep the front of the left thigh moving back. And extend that top arm. Extend the arm. Extend the forearm. Extend the tricep. The muscles on the lower arm, the tricep muscle, lift up into the bone. And then extending that top arm, turn the anterior shoulder blade of the top chest towards the ceiling. And open the bottom chest to face the ceiling. Extend the arm. Extend the forearm there. Press that left heel. Keep the left thigh moving back. And from the firmness of the back leg, inhale, and up you come. Inhale, come up. Turn the feet forward. Extend the arms. Lift the chest. Turn your left leg fully out.
No, yesterday what did I say? Extend the armpit.
Extend the pinky to extend the armpit.
Armpit. From the armpit
Extend the
to
thumb.
So-
Extend the armpits. From the pinky, the left and right pinky extend. And lift the back armpit to the front of the armpit. Lift the sides of the chest.
Extend enough. Don't go further.
Now-
Extend your hands from the armpit. Now everybody, why are you going
Now
further?
keep the arms extending.
Lock your elbows and stretch further. That's all.
And then turn the left leg out. Turn the right foot in. Keep that right heel pressing the right thigh. Move back. And then inhale. And slowly exhale as you bend your left knee. Take the left hand down. Extend the right arm overhead by the ear.
After placing the palm on the floor, turn the right knee towards the outer edge. Kneecap.
See that the inner knee is going to the outer knee. and that the inner and outer knee ligaments are parallel there.
Lock your elbow, bottom arm elbow.
Lift that left
Let
arm
the upper arm
tricep.
be close to the leg. Knee hitting the arm touching the leg. And stretch the left arm from the knee, not just from the shoulder.
So move that left knee back and lift that left upper arm up.
Do not hold the breath.
Normal breathing. Keep the right heel
Wait.
pressing firm.
Just wait, don't say that. Rotate the body from the right armpit towards the left.
Rotate the body from the right armpit towards the left.
They are all turning the left, but without using the right. So you try to cooperate. The right has to help for the left armpit to go back.
The right arm has to help for the left to go back. Turn,
That way.
turn that left chest. Extend the right arm to turn that left chest.
That it's easy.
And then keep the right heel pressing,
I have to see her.
right leg firm as you inhale and come up. Turn the feet forward. Bend the knees and jump back to Tadasana.
I said she has to wait.
Press into the heels. Lift the knees. Move the front of the thighs back. Lift the chest. Gaze softly forward. Utthita Trikonasana. Bring your fingertips up.
Now understood now?
Bend your knees, jump your legs wide apart. Extend the pinky, extend the arms.
No tension at all. Because this is the
Turn the right foot, the right leg completely out.
That's why please don't.
Turn the left foot in. Keep the front of the left thigh moving back. Inhale, lift the chest. Bend over and take your right hand down and catch your ankle. Catch the ankle. And reach the top arm up. Press that left outer side of the foot firm and turn that left outer knee back. That left outer knee, come on, it has to turn back. Left outer knee. I don't see it yet. Your outer side of the left knee has to face to the back of the room and keep the front of the left thigh back. Press on the inner edge of the right foot and move the outer right knee to face the back leg. And extend the arms. Extend the top arm. Extend that forearm of the top arm. Extend the wrist. Extend the pinky. Turn the right chest up to the ceiling.
Come up.
Inhale and come up. Turn the feet forward.
Feet together.
Bend the knees and jump back to Tadasana. Join the feet together.
Now just wait. Now she took 2 asanas. Now I will repeat the same 2.
Bring your
All
fingertips.
4 have to do. You also have to do.
Bring your fingertips up.
Just wait, don't you explain. I said I explain.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Then why did you explain?
Sorry.
Broaden your heel, broaden your soul, stand erect, and suck the inner leg from the knee up. Take a deep in. When I say inhalation, just don't like that. Soft, harmonious in breath and jump. Extend your arms from the back, not from the front. Back of the arm. Lengthen as far as possible from the shoulder blade. Take the right foot out. Left knee, lock the left knee, turn the right foot out. Now lock the left knee and lift the left up the inner knee. And with an exhalation, extend the little finger of the left arm, take the right hand down. Let the thumb go down, not the little finger. Take the thumb of the right down, left little finger up. Now, as your armpit, your hand, lifted hand, is turning backwards, turn the buttock backwards of the left leg towards the tailbone. And extend it, little finger of the left, exhale, come up. Take the right foot in. Lock your right knee. And turn the left foot out. Don't let loose your right leg, lock of the right knee. Stretch your shoulder blades. Now with an exhalation, take the left arm down from the thumb and right arm with the little finger. Extend. And now to look up. Look from the left eye, the right thumb. Not from the left eye. Look from the right eye, the left thumb. Neck rotated more or less? More. Look from the left eye. And neck locked or release?
It locked.
Neck releases when you do on this left from the left eye?
No, it locked.
Now do from the right eye.
It releases.
See the difference? Now when you come up, keep your armpit of the right heavy, stretch your little finger and come up with an exhalation. Take the foot in, exhale, feet together. Now, which was better? This Trikonasana or previous one? Huh? This one. This one? Good. Now wait, Parshavanasana. That's what I said. See, I save time and I give the action. You use more words and they do less action. Now, again, broaden your heel, broaden your soul. Inner leg straight up. Don't think of the outer leg. Stretch the body from the inner leg. The outer leg acts on its own. Follow now? Without my telling, I say stretch the inner leg, the outer leg comes in. That is known as what you call compactness of the leg. How to be compact? Now, take a deep inhalation, jump 4.5 feet apart. And now, the armpit. Stretch from the back of the armpit, the wrist will not go back. If you stretch from the front of the armpit, the hand goes backward. Stretch from the back. And now we can see they are parallel to each other. Follow? Now lock the left knee, turn the right foot out. Now when you exhale and bend in right leg, do not bend from the knee. Let the buttock help the knee to bend. Come on. Buttock bone, drop down, the knee will bend. Now with an exhalation, take the palm on the floor. Now stretch the back of the elbow to be in contact with the frontal elbow. And then stretch the frontal elbow of the left, lengthening the elbow skin, take the hand over the head. Now here a double action, take off war. I move the hand forward, I move the leg backward. Energy. The energy should reach the heel, the left heel. The energy of the left hand should reach beyond the right leg. And now, don't shake your arm. Armpit, fingers firm, stable, rotate the back. Without changing the hand. The hand has turned. So you have to turn the back in line to the arm. Inhale, come up. Little finger, you forgot. See? Go down, do the pose. Extend the little finger and come up. Lengthen the little finger. And now take the right foot in, left foot out. And when you turn the left foot out, the inner heel and inner sole should be parallel to each other. Not the toe in or the heel back. Now, lock your right knee, bend, and when you bend and completely from the buttock bone, bend your knee, I will tell you. Lock your elbow at the back and take the arm down. From the elbow, not from the finger. And now the weight of the bent leg should be exactly in the middle of the arch. It should not be on the heel, nor on the sole. So move the kneecap slightly forward. Only kneecap. You get the angle. Mm-hmm. Now harden your right knee, then take the hand over the head. With the armpit, back armpit. And now resist the armpit at the back, rotate the chest from the left to the right. See, the thumb is loose. That means your lock is disappeared. Lock the elbow, the thumb comes towards the little finger. Now inhale, come up. With the lock of the right knee. Take the foot in, exhale, feet together. Are you silent inside or not? Is your brain fluctuating or is quiet? Huh? So all the asanas you have to feel that sensation. So that is known as vibration, sonography. The doctor says the sonography now. So like that in the asana, when you do Parshakonasana, if the vibration is up to here, it's not there, that means you can do your own sonography, that energy is not moving. You need not go to the doctor to get examined. Follow? So this is known as, while doing the asanas, you should have the sonography in front of your mind. So that is known as vibration. Vibration belongs to the space. So the moment you vibrate, you have created space. If there is no vibration, the space is contracted, so you know nothing. Because intelligence cannot flow without space. And now next asana.
Padangustasana, Step your feet hip width apart. Knees and thighs firm. Lift the chest. Bend over and catch your big toes. And head down. Back of the head releasing down. Knees and thighs lifting. Roll the front of the thighs in. Lift the knees. Roll the front of the thighs in. And as you're bending the elbows out to the side.
Come up again, because let me not waste time. I guide faster. Do Padangusthasana. Hold it. Hold your toes with your hand. And now, when you held your toes, watch your legs. Are they slanting or perpendicular? So roll the buttocks onto your big toe, on your thumb. And now the line came or not?
Yes.
So you have to do the Padangusthasana without taking the buttock bone back. Come on. What's the side of the trunk? How long it is? How much space is created? Now, extend the armpit, you still get better. Armpit towards the elbow. Don't go back on the heel. The buttock bone should be pressing the big toe. Don't take me back. If the toe is loose, the buttock has gone back. Now I have to take it. Like that you have to observe. That is known as alignment. Not using something. What Iyengar does not use, you people use. And people think this is Iyengar yoga.
So after that, feel the alignment of the energy in the body. Knees and thighs firm. And then inhale and come up.
Do the second.
Keep the feet hip width wide apart.
Second pose.
Padahastasana. Knees and thighs firm.
No bend.
Lift the chest. Bend over and place your hands underneath your feet.
Inside, bend completely.
Lift the knees and thighs and roll the buttock bones
this
over towards the big toes.
Rest on your hands on the
Back of the head releasing down. See that the buttock bone is coming over towards the big toenail.
Can you see?
And lift the knees. Don't allow the knees to drop. Some of you, I see your knees are dropping. And then see that you keep the front with the buttock bone rolling over towards the big toenail. Observe the front and the back of the legs, that they're parallel to each other.
Just to see.
And now bending the elbows out to the side, widen the armpits. And as the front and the backs of the legs are parallel to each other.
Now all your toes are not touching your wrist. And that's why the legs are slanting. Roll over a bit. Roll over your buttock bone for the toes to press the wrist. Wrist supporting the toes and toes pressing the wrist. Now, what did I say in Tadasana? Inner leg, alert. Activize the inner leg. And then move the head down. Don't move the leg from the outer leg, but the inner leg. If you move the inner leg, the outer leg works on its own. You need not struggle to work the outer leg. Now, inhale, come up. Now, do you feel silence or not still? So have I to do meditation separately? What is the quality of meditation is to make the brain to become quiet. The simplicity of the brain is the effect of dhyana. As long as your brain is silent and simple, that is meditation. Not closing the eyes, sitting, he is a holy man. I am completely active, but my brain inside is holy. Because I know how to relax. So these asanas will teach you what it is. And now do again. Hastapadasana. What did I say? How the weight should be? Where it should be? Have I to repeat again? Mound of the big toe. Pressing the mound of the palm. And now you are all doing, see where the contraction is. You have extended everywhere. But at one part, it will cheat you. We will never know. So, stay in that pose. Don't disturb. Drop the temples to the ground. Only temple nerves, which is exactly in the middle of the ear. So the forward bend should be done when the head comes down. Is the temple which should guide the body to come down, not your trunk. Descend the trunk, descend the temples. The body descends, you can see. And now come up. Now, what's the serenity still? The brain is more serene than before or not?
Yes.
Huh? And now can you understand? This is yoga. When he uses Siram Sukham Asana, stability in the asana. Follow? And serenity in the mind. Not saying sit in a comfortable pose as long as you feel fine. Wonderful. This is the translation going on today in the name of yoga. So that is known as bogic relaxation. This is known as yogic relaxation. Please note the differences. Follow? Now next.
Uttanasana. Join your feet together.
Now what is Uttanasana? The asana is different. Now Uttanasana, like yesterday I said, the main river is Uttanasana. The tributary rivers are with the Parshakonasana, this Padangushtasana and Padahastasana. What action you get in Padangushtasana, what action you get in Padahastasana, joining together and interpreting it in Uttanasana is Uttanasana. In Padangushtasana, do it. You can see it. No, you just observe. In Padangushtasana, the armpit comes down, see. Came down or not? And now see the lower arm. Because the lower arm are very stable, so the trunk comes down. Padahastasana. Now the armpit goes up. But the upper arm works. The armpit goes up. Lower arm has no power.
Please keep a path for the camera. Remember where the cameras are. Please.
So what
clear
I
a
do,
path.
now she is doing Padahastasana. Before
Please
that she
keep
did Padangushtasana. I try to interpret the action of Padangushtasana in Padahastasana by only I know the secret. Now sometimes I can hold also. But you are lucky I am giving it. Now, from the inner toe, press this down, the armpit will come down. Came down or not? The more you press, see how down it comes. So this is the way where you have to use intelligence. You have to rub your intelligence. What I get in Padangushtasana, why I am not getting in Uttanasana, Padahastasana? What have I to do? So you go on pros and cons. I will try this way, I will try that way. But unless and until this pros and cons did not stop, asana is a raw asana. The moment there is no room for pros and cons, that is the stiram asana. Till then, it is not sthirasana. Don't just read the books and say. Now say, she has done, now I will give in Uttanasana. Come on. Now see, immediately, what happened? They narrowed. So space narrowed, movement is lessened. So what I do, this is the deltoid, so I move the deltoid away from my ear. What happened to the trunk? Came down or not? So why do Padahastasana? See, they go out. In Padangushtasana, still they go out. Come on. See, still they go out. Now, do you capture each asana, what things they are giving? Or do you just do it? So I wait. What this asana teaches me. What this asana teaches me. Then how to comb them. And in combing, what do I get? That means, combing means Padangushtasana, Padahastasana together. I comb. Like you comb your hair. So I comb those motions and bring together in Uttanasana. And now do Uttanasana. What did I say? No, here. So what you have to do, you all do from the back arm. I say do from the front arm. See, it came down. Got the idea? You cannot go wrong if you know these things. Otherwise, one teacher says do this way, another teacher says do this way. But when I guide, let any other teach me now where I am wrong. Because they cannot guide me. Because no pros and cons to find fault. Now she has done. Now, if you create, this is the deltoid, this is the head of the bicep. Between these two, create space, see the lower trunk comes down. What connection it has got? And now broaden space create there. Can you see the back coming down? You can see here, do your old pose. Look at this cloth only. See the extension of the cloth, texture of the cloth. And now do what I did. Look at the cloth. They become thin. 100 count. First time she did 60 count. You call now 60 count cloth, 120, see the counting. So from now, suppose she's done. Now I say, touch this to the floor, it comes down still. This arch. See how much down it came? Could you see now? So the skin of the body is 100 count. What she did before was coarse cloth, the skin. 60 count or 40 count, whatever they call it. So they can count the cloth, but they cannot count the cloth texture of the skin. So this is the texture of the skin. Can you see? So yoga gives this cosmetics also. Okay, there.
Let's do.
But yeah. Oh, the other side. And next one.
Join your feet together
What did
in
I say?
Tadasana.
How the hand should go, see?
Join. Bend over and take your hands down by the sides of the feet.
Don't take forward.
Be in Uttanasana.
Don't move this.
Take the hands down. Spread the fingers.
Lengthen.
Let the back of the head release. Don't hold the head up. Back of the head releasing. Now knees and thighs firm.
You are done with
Roll the buttock bones over to the big toenail. Roll the buttock bones over completely to the big toenail. And then broaden your armpit by
No. Even Parshutam.
moving the tricep and the deltoid away from each other. See that the upper arms and lower arms, as you learned in Padangustasana and Padahastasana, they're active there. And broaden the armpits to the sides. Release the back of the head more. Allow the torso to release. Keep the buttock bones rolling over towards the big toenail.
And still have stretch.
Release the back of the temple towards the floor. Back of the temple towards the floor. Broaden the armpit.
Do you know what they are not getting?
No.
Again, do the pose, please. See, if I teach somewhere, you play somewhere. You know? Same asana, come up again. No sitting. Yesterday also I told you, again you are doing. You want to sleep only. For John, Shavasana is the best asana. And now, when you, no, don't sit, do your pose.
Go to Uttanasana.
You be in your inward state. I am also taking you along with them. Now, come up, stand erect. When you go down, do you know what you lose? Can you tell me where your attention disappears? Where you are not attentive at all? Go down. And what happens to your floating ribs? They are narrowed or extended?
They got narrow.
Narrowed. So how can you do the asana when they are narrowed? Come up. Go with opening the floating ribs, go down. Go on creating space on the floating ribs. When you move the head down now, do move the head with the floating ribs, not with the head. Comb the floating rib with the movement of the head. Now to come up, opening the floating rib, not the head. Now what was the sensation? Quite different? Now understood? Okay. So these are the things which you are all missing. You are doing asana compartmentally, not totally. You know, holistic yoga, you have heard. You know what is holistic yoga? All your practices are holistic yoga because when you do it, there are hundreds of holes. And that's why you say, I'm doing holistic yoga. So I don't want holes in your pores of the skin. Follow? So I want WHOLE, not HOLE. Now do with WHOLE asana. Each and every part should be alive. Come on. Go Uttanasana. Even the tailbone skin, the bone has to descend in Uttanasana. I will also move the asana from the tailbone, not just the head. Tailbone, floating ribs, armpit. All the three descend at the same time, asana is quite different. And this is known as holistic Trikona, Uttanasana, not holistic. Now come up. Now you can feel all the pores of the body is alert, or somebody says, I'm not active. Energy, feedback is coming or not? Even your inner hips, back, tailbone. You say we should have feedback system. This is feedback in yoga. After finishing the asana, you have to wait. Where is the energy mode? Where I'm dull? Which part worked? Which part did not work? You can accumulate, and next time when you do, remove those defects and do life start ebbing in those areas. Got the idea? Okay.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay, we're doing Virabhadrasana 1, so let's have everybody turn their mats.
Keep the break. Take this mat. Stand there. 1 foot here, 1 foot there. Exactly. No, brick on the floor. Brick on the floor. Stand on it. Because you should not be.
And then quickly, all of you stand up straight. Because we've turned the mats, we'll be stepping rather than jumping. The right leg forward, and the left leg back.
Stand on it.
Start with your hands on your hips. Lift the left heel and revolve so both hips are facing forward.
Don't press anything.
To the best of your ability. Now we've had, all right, we just had in the last pose how the legs were lifting. We pressed through the heels to lift the legs up. We turned the trunk. We did in Parshvottanasana. Yesterday we saw today on the Tressler how Guruji got Manuso and Patricia to turn still more. So can you now, without losing the weight in your heels, turn the trunk still further? Then extend the arms out from the side. Once again, extend the arms from the armpits, reaching out to the sides, without losing that extension of the arms, without losing the work of the armpits.
Not
turn the
necessary.
palms
Don't say don't
up.
lose.
Okay.
Say don't lose. If you say lose, they think have I lost it. I say, very now and then, stretch from the back of the armpit.
Stretch from the back of the armpit.
Automatically they have to stretch.
Okay.
Why give a negative thought?
Okay.
Now take the hands up from the armpit. Back armpit, not front. Now see the length comes. And now you have lifted. Suppose I lift from the floating ribs. How far the arms go up? Give a thought to it. Does it go up or no? Now
Yes.
let me try from the outer edge of the hip socket. Can I stretch from the hip socket the hands? Does it still open or not?
Yes.
So that is holistic, not holistic. You do with tremendous holes in your yogic practice. Now bend your right knee. When you bend, no wait. Before you bend the right knee, your mind should be, left leg is controlled by the mind, right leg is controlled by the eyes. Follow? Front brain controls the front leg, mind controls the back leg. So when you are bending, you have to know where your skull is. Now, the skull should remain there only, you have to bend the knee. You should not bring the head forward. The job is to bend the knee, not to bring the chest and head forward. Follow? Now can you lift your arms on the inner floating ribs? Is the pose came or not? So as you lift the inner floating ribs up, take the outer buttock skin down, hip buttock skin down. Synchronous, coon, ascending arm, descending skin of the buttocks. Is the pose coming better or not? Huh? Now to get up, you have to get up from the skin of the hips. And now is there a strain or came easily?
Came easily.
That's how you have to learn. Now the other side. So don't say that I did not. So this is known as sense of direction. The entire yogic asanas is dependent on sense of direction. If you have no sense of direction, do not consider that you are doing the asana. You know, asana is only, the meaning of asana is right direction. Otherwise it's contortion. A doctor may call these out contortions. The doctor do not know how to stand. One leg may be forward and he says that is his contortion. But he does not know he is contorting the body. But because the natural tendency is to contort, asanas correct it. That's why they are called asana. Not physical action. Take next.
So left leg forward, right leg back.
Got it? Now prasarita pada.
All of you revolve the hips. Once again, take the arms out to the sides.
And blanket for her head, brick for her head.
And as Guruji said,
Brick for her head. Not for
stretch
her
from those armpits,
head.
revolve the palms, and bring the arms up from the outer. Bring the arms up.
No, enough.
Broaden the floating ribs. And with an exhalation, bend the knee.
Keep the hands down. She won't fall. Now rest
Continue to lift through the side chest as you lift.
your head down. Now.
Inner arms lifting, not just outer arms, inner arms. Little fingers and thumbs lifting equally as you come down.
Lift the head. First you have to remove the hand. Then you have to.
Now, pressing back through the heel, again lift up. So the pose comes still better. Again, press back through the heels. Revolve the outer right thigh forward
Now come up again.
and inhale to come up.
Now do the same pose. Straight up. Don't change the asana. Stand there. And now, how to do? Look, your head is facing the wall, right? Front wall. Is your floating ribs facing the front wall? Legs straight, I said. Legs straight. Legs straight.
Straight.
Your head is straight. Is your bottom trunk straight to the wall, parallel to the front wall, facing the front wall? So rotate the floating rib without disturbing the back leg. Only the knee patella of the back leg rotate with the floating rib. Now when you bend your knee, you are doing the left knee now. No, wait. I said don't bend it. When you are about to bend the left knee, the right floating rib from the back should turn towards the center of the diaphragm. Come on. Go on rotating the floating rib of the right side towards the left. Now, is this pose different or? Now, while coming up, the floating rib should turn to the front to go up. Stand erect, turning the floating rib. So that is known as rhythmic action. So you are all doing unrhythmically. So each part should move with rhythm. There should be harmony. There should be concord. Your knee does something, your hand does something, your floating rib does something. So where is the concord? So connect all these things together, you get the asana. No repetition is needed. If they don't know, you ask them. Would you like to repeat? I will not say. I will not say. Would you like to repeat? Yes. If you say, I will say take it.
Okay. So once again, step the left foot back, right leg forward. Again, stretch the arms out to the sides.
Now just wait. Don't stretch the arms. Hands on your back. Have you ever thought of your inner back leg? Did your intelligence felt anything in your inner back leg? Huh? Yes. Now, after my saying, nah? Did you do before? Try is not. It's a blank mind. Trying, the moment you say, I'm trying, you are in a blank state. So, inner leg extend towards the heel. Now, take the arms up. Don't say wide and up. Go straight up. Raise the inner armpit. And now when you bend your right knee, follow? You have to think of your left knee energy, inner leg energy, reaching the heel. Come on. Do not lose the contact of the energy of the back leg. Is there a harmony or not? Yes. Follow? And to get up, it's not from the front leg you get up. Now you have to get up, you have to lift the energy of the upper thigh of the back leg up. Was the movement different or same? Now change of leg. What did I say? Where do you think? Where should you think?
Inner back thigh.
Back of which one? Which part?
Back leg.
Back leg there.
Inner.
If you say back leg, there is also outer leg.
Inner.
Inner back leg.
Inner back leg.
That length observe. Take the hands up. Keep an idea of the length of the inner leg extension of the right leg. Follow? So when you bend, that should not become short. Bend your left knee, maintaining that same length on the inner leg of the right. Now you will understand how the energy is moving. That is sonography. Can you see the vibration on the inner lower leg? Whereas you bend your knee and you don't get it. And you say, oh, I did very well. To get up, you have to ascend the energy, harden the energy of the back leg. See, can you see the difference? And now feet together.
So, left side. Do both sides? All right.
See, if you get absented yoga teachers on the platform, what would be your fate? Huh?
That's why you guide us. All right, we're going to Virabhadrasana 3.
Only so much. Now, make her do. Here, sit here. Come here.
Right, yeah. No. Make sure that there's room in front of you and behind you in order to get into the pose. So take a good look, all of you. Remember, you come forward in Virabhadrasana 3 and not back. All right, did everybody adjust themselves so you have space? Sorry. All right. So, once again, we're stepping back. Let's start stepping back as we're coming forward. Now here we just learned how to extend from the inner left thigh. As we turn the outer left hip forward. We brought awareness to that inner left thigh, inner left knee. As you extend the arms and bring the arms up. Now, how many of you lost that awareness on the inner back leg? Here you have to really turn that back leg and press firmly through that back heel. As you bend the knee, remember Guruji said to bring the buttock down as you bend the knee, but keep the attention on the back leg, not to just sit and sink on the buttock as you extend up.
I gave them just a wonderful explanation. Still you did not do well. Sorry, go back. Saying that, leg straight. Now when I straight, the back leg energy should move towards the heel. You are all moving the energy from the heel to the buttock. Follow? Inner top from the anal mouth to the heel. The energy should move back when you are bending the knee. Come on. Not from the bottom to the top, from the top to the bottom. So that controls how much you have to bend the knee.
Now bring the chest forward without losing that energy. Continue to extend through that back heel as reaching through the arms you come forward.
Outer heel, big toe on touch the ground. Come up.
Come up.
Head down.
Head down.
Head down. Navel, bottom navel up. Only bottom navel, not the leg. You can balance long.
Yes. Inner back thigh.
What did I say about the energy, back leg energy?
Extend
From the
through
inner
the heel.
groin up to the heel.
Inner groin to the heel. Extending.
Good.
And bend the knee and come down. Come up. Bring the arms down to change sides. So due to recent injuries, I'm not going to be demonstrating this pose. So turning left leg forward, right leg back. Once again, don't forget the energy that flows through the inner leg to the heel. as you extend the arms out to the sides and bring the arms up. Again, what happened to the energy? Right in front of me, you lost the energy into the back heel. As you extend through the back heel, bend the left knee without losing that energy from inner groin to heel. And bring the chest forward. Let the back heel up and it continue to extend through the back heel. And then with an exhalation, come up. As you come up, some of you lost the back heel and the leg dropped.
Be strong on the chest of the armpit. Chest armpit.
Armpit,
then
chest,
you can
be
balance.
strong. Be strong.
Chest armpit.
Inner heel extending back.
If it's heavy and strong, you can balance. This
And
lady
then
is doing
bend the
better
knee
compared to others.
to come down.
Good.
Inhale to come up. Just be in Tadasana for a moment.
Now come here, please, for 1 minute. All of you.
Please.
How to do yourself, correct yourselves. It's because it's a little complicated pose. Virabhadrasana C. So I will give you a guide. Come here, lady. Now I'm taking this lady to give you an idea. Come. Enough.
Please leave room so the camera can see those
stand
who are
on the
in the
good
back. Please sit down. Create a pathway for the camera.
Face this way.
And on the platform also,
That's
we have to sit down. Let me get off.
Go
Yep.
back, go
Just
back.
turn around and see where the camera is and adjust yourself.
Now, rest your head on it. Move this little more further. Move it. Little more, move. Move. Enough. Now, come that side. Lift that leg up. Take this back. Now, make the buttocks parallel to each other. Have I taught her or not? Now, I took her. You ask any teacher whether they can think of how to teach her Virabhadrasana. Now see, she can stay any length of time. Because of the support, so she knows which part is above, which part I have to educate. This touch will tell her. Suppose this forearm is pressing down, that is pressing up. That means that buttock is up. So let me roll this arm. What happened? Can you see now? And now drop it. Take that chair. Bring that. Bring all those things. She's the most courageous lady I have seen in this 800. Do the pose. And somebody can lift this leg. Yes. You rest your head first, otherwise you can't do it. Rest your head on it. That leg can go any amount back, it does not matter. Now I just roll. This hand down, that hand up. Now you can adjust. And leave, she won't fall. Now, should I say don't do it because you have no leg? That's what many teachers say, no? So yoga is a science. Even modern science says don't do it. Yogic science says find the way. So yogic science is superior to the modern science of today. Enjoy? Make her to sit there. You do it. Keep your hands there. You come this way. Turn this way. Sometimes, do it. Hey, where are you? See the raw intelligence and ripe intelligence. Keep it on the top. For her is different, for you is different. Yes, now, you see, if you look at it, is the trained teacher, you will never get Virabhadrasana correctly. Is it the size of his trunk? See how much contraction has taken place? So you have how to use also the instrument, props, it requires also intelligence. not just anywhere you look at. Keep your elbows on it. Watch his trunk. Stretch the arms. What happened to the trunk? Lengthen. Can you see now? So that is how you should learn. Somewhere contracting, and I said, like, balance is not important. I said, every part has to talk what I am doing. If the parts do not talk, it's not an asana. Now can you see the difference? And now watch here. Watch the armpit. Little let loose. I said let loose. Now do it. Look at the armpit if he keeps the wrist. Tomorrow he said just keep the wrist and do it. See how they narrowed. Now if I am the same person doing Manuso, I am Manuso, I have learned this. Without changing, how should I improve? Now what I do, I cut the wrist bone on the wood and I stretch backwards. Now what happened to the trunk now? Lengthen. Can you see? That's how you have to use your intelligence. Now he has done it. Now, how to learn more? This is the middle line, top leg. Is the middle line exactly in the middle of the lower leg? Or is it a contorted leg? Contorted. Now what I do, now I press this wrist and roll the buttock skin from the pelvic girdle towards the anus. Turn the skin only, not the flesh. Maximum. Hey, you are rolling this way, the opposite. Now, how much space I created? So your analysis should be thinking very fast. Because action and thinking have to go together in yoga. You cannot think and then let me do. You may think when you do it, that's not a workout. So how to think, that is, which Patanjali has used the word vichara. So you have to think, and when you put to action, they have to synchronize, that is known as synthesis. So synthesis is vichara. So he has a synthesizer or not. Follow? And now, I take this lady, Ardha Chandrasana. I have shown how to learn. This is education. How to align the body with the mind. How to align the mind with your intelligence. How to align the body with the intelligence directly without the mind. So many things are there to learn. Then how can I, without using my body, my mind, how can I adjust the asana with myself? That's a different action. Keep this knee on the top. Straight. Enough. I am touching. No, you come here. Hands down. And lift that leg up. He will help you. Put it on the top. Enough, keep it there. No, take the hands down completely. Is there a box? Anything? Halasan box. There is the Halasan box. Halasan box.
Halasan box is right here.
I see. Come on. Give me one. Keep your hand here.
Right.
I don't think I can get down that far.
Now come on, leave it. Leave the hand. Touch.
Okay, we got one.
Now stretch from here, not from your leg. Don't worry now. I'm doing, first time she's trying, so there will be a little fear complex. Now I touch here and the fear complex gone. Understood now? Now one lift up, no problem. Now I lift up. So what I do, I take some table or something, I'll keep the foot on the table instead of on the pipe. And now to come down, take this leg down first. Drop this leg to the ground. Got there? Now the other leg. Good leg, I have no problem. Good leg, I have no problem. Yes. Can you see? Because I don't want her to do on one side, so I showed her how to do the other side. Okay? Good. Now, come here. You move here. Let her move. I am just showing so that tomorrow you do not know how to do Virabhadrasana. I have shown how to do. I show Ardha Chandrasana also. Do the Ardha Chandrasana here. Now he has done Ardha. You see, light on yoga, Ardha Chandrasana is a beautiful pose which nobody knows. Now, see here. See this portion. See this portion. See this portion. See, what a beautiful Tadasana, horizontal Tadasana. What a Tadasana it is. All of you do like that. Your mind is, I want to do independently with these stupid actions. Huh? Sorry, because I've done. I used to something, I usually say, how stupid I am. I've hit myself. Come down. Now do here. See how it guides you. Is it crooked or straight now? And now, this man, you have to educate the cellular system by supporting like that. So the cellular develops its own intelligence. When you do independently, the cells say, my leg is forward, my leg is backward. Otherwise, you do there with any angle. But here, sometimes you know what I do? I will not keep the heel there. See, the thigh is forward. I keep this, hold this with the hand so that the meat may not move, and then I kick this back. I hit back. Now, how is the pose now?
Much better.
Much better. And sometimes, even if I have to learn, I keep the brick and I rest my head on it. So that no, not so much. I keep that and I observe this line. Median line, so that I should not change. How many methods are there even in using the props to learn? You follow? Only you have to think, let me try this way, let me try. New things will come automatically. But you think, Iyengar has said here, so one person may be tall, so I said keep it. But for others I have to see. Follow? Yes. Now sometimes I keep it here, just touch. Now I say, lift the treasurer. Spine works, you can see. Don't laugh. It works different. Huh? Now, this will be stable and only the lumbar area goes up. If it touches at the bottom. If it touches, the lumbar doesn't work. No. See, how many things are there in one asana? And now come down. Now I've shown both the asanas. So learn, this is known as homework. As you give children. Did you do the homework? So please do some homework, then try yourselves. So you understand this sense of direction. Here you do. There is no sense of direction, see? Do yourself. Now he may be a little better than what he was here. After doing that, position change. Can you see now? So that is homework. Then you learn. Otherwise you say, I don't need it. I'm the expert. I can do very well. And what happens? It is like that and it's an expert. No, you do the pose. I never told you to come down. I limited his pose. And I said, I'm still balancing everything I'm doing. Where is this? Where is that? So what is alignment? Can you see now? So middle of the ear, I measure. Middle of the arch, middle of the ear. I bring in line. And that head also. The middle toe and the ear in line. So that is known as alignment. Now understood? So stop telling Iyengar that's use proceedness method. And nobody have done like me Niralambasana. Show me in light on yoga except Sarvangasana. Is there any support? There's others can be performed like that. And people criticize. Because I'm slightly 1 inch above other yoga practitioners, so they have to attack me. The human nature is, if you are completely rock bottom, you attack them. You criticize. If a person is slightly above, you attack him. If he's a mediocre, wonderful. So this is human nature. So what I'm saying is, if I'm showing a little better for your growth, education, why not accept it? Why say not necessary? I can do very well, but why I'm using? I may be losing something. Do you know what you are losing? Shall I tell you? In Ardha Chandrasana? Do it. You people do not know, but I can tell you all the wrongs of each asana, all the good of each asana. Can anybody tell you any asana which is bad, which is good? So I've drunk the poison of the asana, I'm drinking the nectar of the asana. That's why I know. Now he has done. What is the waist? What is the waist here? Very short. Because I told him. Otherwise he teaches the same way. Now, what did I learn here? I will interpret there. Don't change the finger. Move the center of the armpit to forward to the platform. Go on, only armpit. What happened here? That's what it teaches you here. Now do here. Now, did I tell him, or is it longer now? Longer, can you see now? So I said, what happens? What became when I'm doing? What did he teach me? The translate. Then I interpret here. Okay?
Yeah, it's much more natural here. It comes automatic.
Listen the word. It's much more natural. So that naturality can I get here? I'm not putting word in his mouth. Like all other yogis do. He used the word. I said, that is what I want here. That in the Niralambasana, doing without support, can I get the same naturality? That is Thiram Sukham Asana. That naturality. Okay? Now come on. I have guided you so much. So it's your next. Don't clap. Learn. You are clapping me for my knowledge. But I want to clap for your knowledge. If you grasp well, then I have to clap.
It's 11:20. What sequence do you want to finish with?
Which one now?
Shirshasana is after it's 20 past 11.
Ardhasana, yes. We have a drop of Shirshasana today. Do you all remember Shirshasana? Yesterday, deltoids. So let us teach new asana. Which is the next asana? Ardhasana, yes, I can take it. Yes, you have to take that.
Now, all of us get to do Ardha Chandrasana.
No, don't do it. Somebody can do it. I will give you a clue. Because explanations take. Come. Do. Look at the pose. Now, this is the middle portion of the lower leg.
Sorry, please keep a free path for
This is
both
the middle
cameras.
This is the middle portion of the heel. This is the buttock bone, is the middle portion of the top leg. So this line and this line, if you observe, you have to bring this and this in line to this buttock bone, the arch. The arch should be in line to this. Can you see? Got it? And in order to get balance, you have to harden this ankle. Do nothing. From this, harden it and extend the ankle, the leg will stretch. So I've given the clue. Otherwise they say, take a breath, stretch your hand. That is in the class. They have come here to learn what is right asana, what is the correct position of the asana. Or you want to only what we call Vini Yoga. Vini Yoga is what? Intermediate steps. Vinyasa means intermediate steps. The dictionary meaning of vinyasa means intermediate positions. To go to the final position, intermediate positions. So that the same vinyasa, Deshkacharya made Vini. The word is the same. So here I have not come here to take Trikonasana, how do you take it? I want whether all of you who have done for years, can you know at least the right pose? Then my compassion has got value. If it's like that, just 3 feet apart, take your arm forward, do the leg, that is intellectual. I have not come here to see the intellectual language of the people. I have come to see the emotional touch of the asana. Follow? Now try. Come on.
Teach you do. You want to demonstrate?
Today I have worked more than you people. At least in this asana you work harder than me. And satisfy me.
All of you change your mats. Move back, move back.
I can't open it, drop down, so you were wet when I opened
ಹ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. Any cloth you can take it.
Quickly, those of you at the back,
Lessen the time in intermediate poses, elongate the time in the final pose. These are all art of teaching. Follow that?
bring the
For
palms up.
beginners, intermediate positions are important. For those who are toned, intermediate poses are unimportant, final poses are important. So less time in the intermediate poses, long time in the final pose. For the beginners, long time in the intermediate poses, less time in the final pose. This is known as the art of teaching. So don't waste time in the intermediate explanations.
Bring the palms up, fingertips touching, deep inhalation, jump 3.5 to 4 feet apart. Extending the arms. Turn the right leg out, left foot in. Extend from your armpits. I'm looking at everybody's feet. Just line your heel up to your instep. Right. And please look down and see that the knee is in the center of the leg before you go over. Then with an inhalation, exhaling, take the arm over into Trikonasana. We've been in Trikonasana.
I've shown in the beginning.
So from here, bend the right leg, step the left leg 1 foot closer, bring the right foot a foot ahead, right hand a foot ahead,
Already shown.
and inhale and come up.
After this,
We're going, Guruji wants to go straight to the final pose. Now we just saw in Lois that he said to line the center of the buttock bone up with the center of the heel. And then he took the top leg and he lined up the inner edge of the heel with the same center of the buttock bone on the standing leg. So all of you check to see that you are also doing that. And remember he said to maintain the balance, you have to extend firmly through the bottom inner heel, and the area around the ankle bone has to be firm. So see that the area around the ankle bone is firm. And then with an exhalation, bend the knee to come down because some of you need blocks. And come up once again. Those of you who are having difficulties, please take a block. Those who can't reach the floor, who are struggling, take a block. All right, same side again, since some people weren't able to come up. Same side. Again, when you go to turn the right leg out, I want all of you to bring the legs in so they're facing forward for a moment. Bring your awareness to the outer knee of the right leg, and as you turn the right leg, turn from the outer knee. Turn from the outer knee so the outer side turns. And then all of you lift up firmly through the outer right thigh and the inner left thigh. Then with an exhalation, draw the chest up, inhale, and exhaling, extend over to Trikonasana.
So there are two ways. This is one system.
Extending to Trikonasana.
Crossings, another system.
Again, lift the outer right thigh.
Another sequence. Now I've taken
Then bend the right knee.
yep, so you're doing
on the curve. So
Step 1 foot forward with your left leg. Move the right hand a foot forward. And inhaling, come up.
I've dropped this also.
Move the block a foot ahead of you. If you're using a block, see that it's on an even surface,
No,
as you do. Now, once again, some of you have let the inner right knee, turn the inner right knee to the outer right knee,
then we are in time.
bringing the buttock bone in line to the heel. And again, extending. Don't turn the head yet. Do not turn the head up. Extend through the left inner heel.
What did I say about the ankle in bottom ankle?
Bottom
Full
ankle,
of life.
Full of life. Firm. Better. Now, extend evenly through the arms and roll that right chest up the way we did in Parshvakonasana.
The other bottom elbow also should be strong. Ankle and elbow.
Ankle and elbow.
Ankle of the lifted leg and the elbow of the bottom arm.
Arm. And then
Connect,
bend the knee
communicate to them. Communicate.
and step down. Inhale to come up and change sides.
Yesterday.
Again, have both feet facing forward. Once again, observe. Observe. Now, as you turn, remember that you're going to observe the outer left knee, so you turn from the outer left knee and the whole thigh turns. Turning to the outer left leg, turning the outer left knee, keeping the right foot facing forward. Take an inhale, and with an exhalation, extend those needing blocks. I hope you remember to bring the block with you. As you bend your knee, step one foot in with your right leg, move the hand or foot away.
Take in, lock your right knee now. Lock your right knee to go up.
And then inhale
Loose knee,
to come
don't
up.
lift. Lock your right knee.
Don't lose the right knee.
Stretch your leg from the knee. Then harden your ankle.
Harden your ankle.
Inner ankle.
Inner ankle, extending to the inner heel.
Balance on the knee. Lifted knee.
See that the left inner knee is revolving towards the left
With the
outer
back,
knee.
bottom elbow.
Bottom elbow strong as you extend through both arms. Bottom elbow, top
Connect
ankle.
the elbow joint of the left to the right knee. Communicate.
Okay, and then bend the knee. Watch when you bend the knee that it goes out towards the little toe, not towards the big toe. Stretch both legs and inhale to come up. Turn the feet in and jump together.
Wait. Go down
Wait,
again.
don't.
Go down again on the left side. Do you know how to come up? How to come up? No. Do Trikonasana. To come up from Trikonasana, the groin of the right, move to the outer hip and come up. Move the groin.
Move the groin. Groin of the right moving to
It
the
makes the
outer
difference
hip.
or no? Go again. Come with the groin up. Come up with the groin.
No,
Push
you
the
didn't.
groin. Go
You didn't
down.
push the groin.
Right groin. Move the right groin
Firm.
towards the leg and come up. See the lightness?
Yes.
Enough.
Okay. Jump the legs together.
Just now. You have all the bricks? Keep the bricks with you. All of you. 2 bricks.
Hello. 2 bricks.
Teach them Urdhva Krishnasana on the brick, which will help them action on the tailbone.
Can I have another brick from underneath?
So I want your kneecap to kiss your knees.
Take the kneecap.
Come
up
on, let me see how many people can make the kneecap to kiss the knee, inner knee. That is Urdhva Krishnasana. If the kneecap is out, that means you don't like that person. So you don't want to kiss that person. Now try. See that patella touches the inner knee. That is the right Urdhva Svanasana. Now repeat.
Taking the inner kneecap up, harden the inner ankles, lengthen them, spread the backs of the knees. Then as you take the inner thighs up, press the hands, take the tailbone deep in. As the tailbone comes in, lift the sides of the chest.
Not only in, tailbone has got double action. It goes in and up.
In and up. So
If
tailbone
the kneecap
in
are
and up.
tight, it goes up.
When the tailbone comes
Otherwise,
in and
it
up,
goes in. Harden the kneecap. Kiss the knee with your kneecap.
inner thighs back, tailbone forward and up.
Good. Huh?
When you take the tailbone up, lift the
You can't
abdomen.
hold so long. So you have to give margin. Now I'll tell you other way. Reverse your wrist. Reverse the wrist. Rest.
Turn the other way.
Now you
Fingers-
can.
Hands the other way.
Now do the pose.
Fingers
You can
point
at least
back.
know how to kiss the
Turn the wrist.
patella to the knee.
Fingers point back
Now
toward
do
your
it.
feet.
Now does it touch or not?
Turn the wrist.
Huh? She said yes. Say patella now goes likes to kiss the knee. Oh, well done. So learn from reverse hand, then come to the classical pose. Don't keep too long because strength is less.
Now take the fingers back forward again.
Once reverse, one forward, one reverse. That way you can culture the cells of the aura.
Again, take the hips down. Inner thighs up. Pressing the hands, press the root of the middle finger.
When you turn the palm to the front, do you know from where you have to do? Probably the teacher does not know. So, back of the elbow, head, lift up. Stretch from the elbow. The leg comes live. Head of the elbow. Up to the upper arm. Now you got it or not?
Yes.
Good enough. So I've given the clue. You can develop gradually.
Now, Adho Mukha Svanasana.
No, Adho Mukha Svanasana.
Oh, that's what they say.
Dhanurasana.
Dhanurasana.
I've shown the Adho Mukha Svanasana already.
Okay.
With the prop, without the prop. Why take it?
So Dhanurasana, watch for a minute. Lie on the stomach. Take the bottom ribs forward. Catch the ankles. Harden the inner ankles, reach up. Roll the trapezius down. Lifting the inner thighs. Take the tailbone deep in. Drawing the trapezius down, shoulder blades in. Lift the side chest.
Now he has done it. Follow? Now there is an action which is needed, which I will tell you. You know the push and pull type?
Yes.
Push and pull.
Now here, pull and push. Push the heel to your fingers and pull with your fingers the legs. And now what happened to the pause?
His legs went up.
Now still from the armpit also, pull and push.
Now his armpit.
Did you understand now? And now do yourselves.
One is for the...
After lifting, pull and push is the brain, not just aim. Not for the break. How can you do with the break?
With the breath?
Just I would like to know, can many of you do Dhanurasana? Because I don't know. Can you all do Dhanurasana well? How many of you can raise the thighs up? Thighs, huh? What?
How many of you can get your thighs off the floor? Raise your hand.
See?
Most.
That's how you have to ask. Now, take the blanket, roll it. Just keep them on the bottom of your frontal thigh. Roll it.
Team. Blanket.
And now keep it here. And lie down. Come forward.
Put the roll across here.
Near the knee. So much you move forward. And now bend your knees. Now hook it. Now you can lift from the blanket, the thighs, and you know how to do Dhanurasana. And now came or not, my friend? You said
Came
it
better.
doesn't come? Huh? Now comes or not? So
Yes.
now the props are needed or not? Now you can think of. Now pull and push, I said. Ankle should hit your finger. The finger should hit the ankle. And the lifting of the leg is not on the foot, but on your inner thighs. Ascend the inner thigh, pulling and pushing. The pose will come. Hey, they are doing well. Very good. Huh? Good, come down. Now Urdhva Mukha Svanasana do. It will come better. Without break also. Do Urdhva Mukha Svanasana.
No break.
Dhanurasana action comes with Urdhva Dhanurasana. The tailbone goes in, observe.
Take the pose.
Imagine that you have got a rolled blanket between, under your thigh.
Urdhva Mukha Svanasana.
Ah.
Upward dog.
Hey, Dhanurasana, not Dhanurasana. Urdhva Mukha Svanasana. Urdhva Mukha Svanasana.
He's changed. Sorry.
Imagine that you have got a rolled blanket under your thigh and just lift from the imagined blanket, the thighs. Now, is the pose coming or not?
Better.
Now once again Dhanurasana, you do better than the first one. Use the rolled blanket for your thighs. Now bend your knee. Resist the patella when you go up. Entire body should goes up except the patella. Now move the patella deep into the leg, into the knee, and then lift up. Spread all your toes. The power will come in your thighs. Well done. Good. John, good, you taught well.
Oh, thank you. That's how the poses got much better.
You want to change for Bharadwaj?
Now Paschimottanasana.
Paschimottanasana.
Roll the mat. I am teaching the methodology.
Roll your mat.
And now teach them.
Okay. All of you sit on the folded mats.
Wait, let them roll. Fast, please.
Rolled mats.
No, I have to see.
Everybody, please roll the mats.
Roll the mat where the thighs and buttocks bifurcate. You have to keep that spot on the rolled blanket. You have to go. No, that's wrong. You go back. 1 inch. You know, Westerners have got a bad habit. When they do Paschimottanasana, they move the buttocks away. But actually, the contraction of buttock is a necessity in Paschimottanasana. You have to sit, not by moving the flesh. Raise up. No, keep your hands on the floor. Raise your buttocks up from the blanket. Now, suck the flesh in. Only keep the buttock bone on the mat, on the rolled blanket. That is the position. Not bringing the hips out. We want contraction of the buttocks. Not like pumpkin. So you are all making like pumpkin. Bringing it out. And now sit well, because the muscles, the hip muscles, which are inside the skin, or the brain source, brain to do Paschimottanasana. If you make your buttocks flat, you don't know how the flesh has to work. That's why I use the word pumpkin. And now, when you take the hands, as you lift it up, how the skin massages the flesh, when you catch the leg, they should, auto massage has to go there between the flesh and the skin of your hips to catch your leg. Come on. Now you explain now.
All of you extend your arms. Extend your arms, and as you go forward.
You all extended your arms.
Yes.
What did you lose? What
The
mistake
floating
did you
ribs.
do? Nobody knows.
Floating.
No. Keep the hands down. Watch your heel. The grip of the heel. On the floor, on the mat. Now there should be no movement on the heel bone. Now take the hands up. Now what difference it makes? Can you see the energy in the back of the leg?
Yes.
Otherwise you move the heel. Now extend.
So extend.
Stamping the heel. You have to move. Heel should not move forward, backward. Straight the floor.
Stamp the
Good,
heels.
good. I gave you the clue. You have all forgotten. Hands up. What did I say about the floating ribs? Don't contract the floating ribs. Create room in the floating ribs and go. That way. When you catch the leg, immediately the ribs go back, floating ribs. But you will never know it has gone back. So body is cleverer than your intelligence. That's how to know. So bring the floating rib again forward. All movements are from the floating ribs forwards, not from the head.
So
if the floating ribs comes down, head comes down.
keep your floating.
Broaden the biceps, any amount.
Move the deltoids
Pull
away.
and push. Upper arm hitting the elbow and lower arm hitting the elbow. Tug of war. Energy from the finger to the elbow moves towards the elbow. Upper arm, the energy moves from the shoulder blade towards the elbow. Then you get Paschimottanasana. The souls are dead. Alert souls, alert heel. No, get up. No, you is wrong. It's wrong. Just get up.
Now let your temples.
Sit on it. Sit on it.
All of you, the biceps continue to move away towards the elbows. And as your head moves down, let your temples guide you to move forward.
Now you can do. That lady. She can do it. Now do it. Now you can do better. Is it not coming better now? Yes. Good.
from the ribs, Linda.
Same. Take that breath.
All of you, once again, the floating ribs are sinking. They're moving back as you stay. So see that your floating ribs move along with your arms.
Hey, Nita.
Yes,
head
sir.
up. Hold the pose. Do the pose.
Yes.
Now head up.
Head up, all of you.
Now, as the head goes down, follow, the groins also should go down. They all lift the groins.
As the head goes down,
Let the groins kiss the ground.
let the groins reach the ground. And as you continue to go down,
Break.
observe even in the buttock region how the skin opens
Give
up.
that one. Legs apart. Keep your forehead on it.
Now, those of you still, if you notice that you're still sinking from the sternum bone region, see that you widen the clavicle region along with your arms. No, you here.
Wheelchair.
This region is sinking. Can you open the clavicle region? Keep on opening the clavicle region as you move the arms away. Sorry, the biceps, deltoids away, so the elbows open further away. Yes. And then again, see if you can exhale. Move the floating ribs once again. So the groins again, you instate that the groins move down further. And that as you do so, let the temples also guide you to move further forward. And then you will stay.
Now inhale, raise your head up.
Inhale.
Now take the blanket to your heel. Heel bone should rest, not any other part. Crown of the heel. Middle portion of the heel bone. Take the blanket inside, don't slip. You have to move the heel on the blanket. This portion. Top, on the top edge. Top edge of the rolled one. And now do Paschimottanasana. Do yourselves now.
Now once again. No, that's what Guruji said. Don't move the buttocks. Don't move the buttocks. You can come, use your fingertips, lift the buttocks up, go back.
Don't
so there
move
is
the
a
buttocks,
softness
it becomes
there.
pumpkin, I say. I want that to be like a gourd.
Keep your heels on the rubber mat or the blanket, whatever you have there.
Like a cucumber.
Just the center of the heel. Yes, widen the heel there as you stay, so the back of the legs remain wide. And as you go now, extend your arms. But as you extend your arms, keep your clavicle open.
Come from the floating ribs, I
Come
said.
from the floating
Do not
ribs.
forget.
From the floating
Dip
ribs.
the floating ribs to come forward. Come on. Go on dipping the floating rib. And see the pose is quite different. And now head up. What is the difference? By using the blanket on the buttocks and on the heel. What did you learn? What did you teach?
The back.
Huh?
The back legs become quieter.
Pardon?
This becomes quieter and this whole region
Nothing.
opens up.
What does it teach? It's not quietness. Something it teaches. Pardon?
Groins
said
came
groins
down.
are going down.
That is natural because you are down. So that's not intelligence.
She said it opens the back of the leg. Actually, Guruji,
The back is too long.
teaches the heels down.
If the heels are up, you get the extension of the lower leg. Use it. I can repeat it. Use the blanket for your better hips. The top leg extends. So
all
there
of
are
you use the
divisions.
blanket.
Any
for the
adjustment
hips.
has certain divisions, which you have to notice. Not it is soft, it is resting. You are charging the intelligence. You are not saying, I want a resting pause. Then sleep. And now do the pause.
Yes.
See the hamstrings, how long they get longer. Go, do the pose. Upper leg extends, you can see. The lower leg does not extend.
Yes.
Huh? And now understood? So this is how you have to learn. If I use, what it comes. If I use here, what does it teach? And now use on the heel bone now. Watch your calf muscles gets longer now. Whereas on the buttocks, it doesn't become longer. They get lengthened, they go down. Can you see now? Do it. You are doing now from the calf muscle. The head cannot be moved without activating the calf muscle. Finishing. Now, roll 2 blankets, one for the buttock, one for the heel. Those who have bricks, 2 bricks, they can use one for the buttock, one for the heel. Sitting on the top, back, top leg stretchers. Using the blanket for the heel, the lower leg stretchers. By using one for the buttock, one for the heel, the middle back leg stretchers. That's all the way to learn. Now do. See, the back of the knee will be powerful now. Broaden the heel. Do not narrow. Only narrow the buttocks. But you broaden the buttocks and you narrow the foot. Open the skin of the sole on either way, like the leaf, like a plankton leaf, which opens on either side. From the center of the sole, open the skin either way. If the skin is hard on the sole, you bend more. Can you see now the middle leg works? Yes. So that is how you have to educate the lower leg, the top leg, the middle leg, and then the entire leg comes. When you sit on the floor, you have to use all the 3. Okay, enough.
Yeah, you want to talk?
Yes. Now all of you come closer. I will speak a little bit about pranayama so that you know what you have to observe. So that all can see. Come closer, it does not matter.
Camera's there.
Which way?
Right there.
If I am not facing you, don't mistake me. Otherwise, you can all come in this way. How many can come this way? Can easily sit. You know, yesterday, I came for a few minutes in the class. For pranayama, the root for good pranayama is the spinal column. If the spinal column is not alert, pranayama do not come to them at all. Not inhalation, exhalation, what goes on. Anterior spine, you know, the earthworm. Have you seen the earthworm? They contract, they move forward. And there is a rhythm in their movements. Have you seen? So, spine should be moved as the earthworm stretches forward. The anterior spine should stretch like that without aggression. Now I am sitting. My spine is straight, but my anterior spine is not straight. No? Did I jerk?
No.
So I have to steady the vibration. So according to the vibration, I have to go on increasing what type of vibration comes on the lower spine, lumbar spine, how to introduce that into the thoracic spine. Like that you have to develop. Then the anterior spine, can you see that? The moment this opens. So this is the source of energy. So we do pranayama on gross level to store energy. So this is the storehouse of energy. So when a man is depressed, what happened? So energy is not there. Suppose you want to say valor. So that means you sprout the energy that is from the side chest. So the lungs are only very small here. So that's why the energy, source of energy, is the extremities of the side chest. And that's why when we do pranayama, we make the energy to store that. That is on the gross level. But pranayama, as yesterday in one of the class I said, that people call this temple. Is it not? So the temple is like the gate of the church. If the main gate of the church is closed, can you go inside? So this is the door, this temple door, for the mind to go inside. So in meditation, when they say, let go, it's not the let going, it is releasing the temples. So if the temples go close to the body, they go close to the bone, cells of the brain, so there is no action. It's only passive reflection. Passive reflection is meditation. So pranayama is half meditation. That's why it is the gate for the mind and the consciousness to go close to the self. You know, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo, Maheshwara, you have all heard and said, is it not? So God has got three forms, which according to our mythology, Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara. Brahma is the creator, Vishnu is the organizer, Shiva is the destroyer. So in our breathing, these three murtis, we call them three murtis, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara. So Puraka is Brahma. If you cannot inhale, you are half dead. So that is how to know that inhalation is a generator for analysis or synthesis. And Kumbhaka is to organize, to make the energy to reach the nerve cells so that they are rejuvenated. So after inhalation, Kumbhaka is to organize the drawn in energy to distribute in the body for it to develop the tolerance, perseverance and persistence. That is Kumbhaka. Not just holding the breath for 1 minute. And so I can hold for half a minute. But did the energy reach the tip of the nerves is the Kumbhaka. So that's why it is known as generator G, organizer O. Exhalation, vicious air, which has been used, becomes a toxin, so release the breath, so Shiva is Rechaka. So Brahma is Puraka, Kumbhaka is Vishnu, Rechaka is Shiva. So without his name, with whatever country we belong to, we follow GOD. Generating force, organizing force, destructive force. So that is now, it is known as Puraka, Kumbhaka, Rechaka. When you are all doing pranayama, the spiritual aspect of pranayama is not the length of the inhalation, length of retention, length of exhalation. That's one part. Because Yajnavalkya was the master of pranayama. It is Yajnavalkya who introduced Vishamavritti pranayama, not others. So Samavritti pranayama, there are so many divisions, which I don't want to go into that. What I want you to experience is, yesterday I spoke about the empty cup, brain, how to empty the brain, full brain. So if the cup is full, you search for an empty cup. Right? Is it not? So similarly, you should know that the body is the vessel. The breath is the its content. Though I can say Atma is also its content. But for pranayama's sake, the content for pranayama, container for the pranayama is the trunk. So the container takes the content, the breath, so that it finds, the content finds its level in the container. That is Puraka. Follow? And if the container is little shaky, or if the vessel, the container, the water, pot, if it has no base, can the water be in level? So kumbhaka is meant for us to keep that energy on the container in a even level on the right and the left side. And exhalation is that used air which has no value, you leave it. So that is known as empty cup. So when you are emptying the cup, is the cup empty or is the cup have something? Huh? If you have not understood, you have a vessel. If you press the vessel into the water goes in, but something has to come out for the water to go in. The air comes out. So nothing is empty. So empty vessel has air. So if it is filled with water, the water is full, the air has come out. So that is the vessel of the chest. Vessel in pranayama. So when you are inhaling, you think that you are inhaling the breath. But do you know which gives room for the breath to go in? Something has to come out. If you have to pour water into the vessel, the air in the vessel has to come out, is it not? So the same principle is in pranayama. That's why I said, because you are all doing, so you should know. So the infinite space in the body is the soul. So when you are inhaling, as the breath goes in, the self gives room for the breath to go in. Follow? If the self do not create space, the breath cannot go in. So self is coming out from its source. So when you start inhalation, where the breath touches, you will be it touches the bottom first. Then it spreads. So because it touches the bottom, the self says that I am giving room, please come in. So the self creates room and moves to the surface of the inner chest, inner layer of the skin. So when the breath touches, the self is compressed to the extremities of the body. That means the puraka, the inhalation has ended. When you hold the breath, when you do the kumbhaka, the self and the breath, which are in contact with the inner frame of the container, the trunk, they are wedded together. That means the breath, the energy, and the soul are united together at the time of kumbhaka. That is kumbhaka. But if you say, I want to increase the time, that means yourself has forgotten. So when the contact between the energy of the physical body, the container, when you find that the content is releasing through the container, the time of the kumbhaka is over. What you do is egoistic kumbhaka afterwards, not the true kumbhaka. You have to differentiate between the real kumbhaka and the egoistic kumbhaka. If the container and the content are creating space in between, that is not kumbhaka at all. That is egoist, arrogant kumbhaka. As long as it is in touch, that is holistic kumbhaka. So this is how you have to learn. Somebody says, hold it for 5 minutes, count 20. This is not pranayama at all. And if a math teacher says, I will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are not doing pranayama. Your mind is on the counting. Follow? So all these things you have to discriminate what is the true knowledge. So when there is a space created naturally, what Manusha said in Ardhacindrasana. So when that natural contact gets loose, that means the time has come for you to exhale. That means when you are exhaling, the body, the container comes along with the content, the cell close, so that your intelligence, your mind are all integrated in the cell. So in exhalation, the physical body, without disturbing the frame, the content which was in the frame releases from the frontier of the inner body and comes close to the infinite sphere. When it touches the center, Udaye Chitta Samvite, all said. So exhalation should touch the Chitta, should touch the Hridaya. That means the exhalation is complete. Follow? That means what I said, the empty cup and the full cup. So you are emptying the cup in exhalation. That means the natural tendency of the mind which goes outside are withdrawn towards the self in exhalation. The mind reaches the self in exhalation. So when you are inhaling, it is the self which reaches the body. When you are inhaling, it starts as chitta. It touches the center, then it goes on expanding. Then it comes in contact with the physical body. So the Atma comes in contact when the inhalation is complete. That means the Atma has touched the inner container, the body. Don't say, can I take 10 seconds more? Can I take 1 second more? Increase? No. This you have to learn. So when you learn in your pranayama, puraka, that where it starts from an empty space. And how this soul, self, gives room for the breath to go in. How the breath and the self get united in Kumbhaka. How in Rechaka, how the body releases the self to go to its abode. So that at that time, the nature also says, I will also come with you to reach your abode. That is the secret of pranayama. That is why it is called Bhakti Yoga. Pranayama is Bhakti Marga because in inhalation, you are thinking of the expansion of the soul. In retention, you are attending to the contact of the soul with the energy. And in exhalation, you make the body to follow the self. Where the self reaches, your mind, your intelligence, the body does not reach. Your consciousness, your intelligence, your mind comes closer and closer to the center of the body in exhalation. This is the secret of pranayama. So this afternoon, when you have been, when you are teaching, keep this as the real gate for you to enter the sanctum sectorum in your heart, chitta hridaye. Hridaye chitta samvite. That means integration of the chitta with the atma is hridaye chitta samvite. So let in exhalation, the body integrates with the self. In inhalation, the self integrates with the body. And in Kumbhaka, they are wedded together. That is what they saw, Kundalini Yoga. They use different words, but I don't want to use such mysterious words. I'll just give what a natural, average individual can understand what the spiritual steps are in pranayama. Okay? So when you do this, observe this, and I'm sure that you will know. The book is coming out Light on Life, is it not? So what I said, you will experience what I've said in Light on Life.
I'd like to begin by saying thank you to those people who are assisting me today. Many of you in this room are teachers in your own right. And you do me great honor by attending my class, whether you are my assistant or you are, in your own right, a yoga teacher. I will not pretend even for a moment to understand as much as my teacher does about this subject. But I will give you the best that I can. I'll give you as much as I know. He has dictated to me what he wanted me to teach to you today, and I will follow that as closely as I possibly can. Sit in silence with me. Sit straight and tall. Draw your palms together at chest level. Close your eyes from top to bottom. Take the upper eyelid down towards the lower eyelid and lift the outer side chest up towards the ceiling. Balance the weight equally and evenly across the buttocks. And notice that it reflects, it moves up into the outer side chest at the same rate. That the imbalance of the two buttocks is reflected on the way that those two ribs on the side body do or don't lift. Surrender the shoulders, relax across the face, forehead, neck, throat, tongue, root of the tongue. And keep drawing yourself inward, leaving the external world on the back burner, just where you can get at it, but moving away from. Go inward. Yogena chitasya padena vacham. Malam sharirasya chavaichakena. Yopa karotam pravaram muninam. Patanjalim pranjaliranatusmi. Abahu Purushakaram Shankachakra Siddharinam Sahasra Shirsam Shvetam Pranamami Patanjalim Harihi Om. Bring your head down. Take your hands down, palms up. Raise your head with closed eyes. And then open those eyes. So, this is a group that has a pranayama practice. And by definition, that's how we are in this room together. Having said that, at the same time, we all know that there are gaps in our practice. There are little holes. There are places where we could use a little more understanding. So when Guruji talked to me about what to do with this class, there were a few things that came through, and you heard them all this morning, though you're going to get a slightly different perspective on them this afternoon. And that was, Guruji talked this morning about the temples here. And how that word temple got translated from here to there. Well, one of the other ways that BKS Iyengar talks about temples it's the place where the electrical impulse from the eye and the ear meet. And that the channel itself is not clear until this area becomes soft and moves in. That if this flakes, moves out, becomes hard, flares, any one of those will cause a disturbance. And that at that point, you'll still be doing the breathing, but you won't really be capable of doing pranayama because you're not inward. Now, having said that, take straight shavasana, lie down, and I'm going to talk you through the head and face. If you need a blanket behind the head, those of you who need something under your legs, all of that, of course, is permissible. I will not treat you like raw beginners. You deserve better treatment than that. Even though we're starting with shavasana as we would with raw beginners. more than just the physique, you have to prepare the mind for this thing we call pranayama. So we all begin by letting go of the arms and legs. And some of us begin to flirt with this action that's close to sleep. But the fact is Shavasana should always be a wide awake state. That the interaction between the body and the mind becomes more succinct, more available, more awake. And so you first have to pierce inward for that kind of relaxation that lets go of the facial features and allows the face to become completely expressionless. There's a slight release and a drop of the jaw. There's a surrendering across the forehead. There's a relaxation deep inside of the scalp. And you'll notice that if it's done well and it comes naturally, there's a natural drop-off of the forehead skin from the scalp line towards the brow. And if it doesn't come naturally, and if you try to do it, force it, insist upon it, you'll notice that it hardens those two temples, that area between your outer eye and your ear. And that if you can release your face, if you can let go, then you have to pierce a little bit deeper and start to open the senses, specifically your sense of sight, your sense of hearing. And even though the eyes are closed, the nervine impulses that take place between the inside of your eyelid and the front part of your eyeball will start to describe to you the action or the lack of action in and around your temple. Many of us feel that pulsing or a harshness or a flaring. And each of these feedbacks is a description to you to go inward deeper, to relax more, to seek out an understanding that comes more from the inside than from the out. And if this comes, the eyes relax and the inner eye opens. And if this comes, the inner ear opens. Don't be confused by that word inner ear. Many of us think that there's going to be some sort of a dramatic shift that happens where we can hear better. And in fact, that will become at least mildly the case. But look more to see that there's a softness that takes place away from the outer surface of the ear, counting in towards the center skull, about 3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches. That canal, tube, feels like it opens mildly. Not some sudden click, but with a softness that takes place that can sometimes be felt in the jaw, but always can be felt in and around the temples. And some of us begin to notice that the area around the temple almost never lets go. That subtlety that I'm describing is that elusive. Then, slowly, gently, carefully, try to disturb as little as is possible, and bend one leg and turn to your side. Use your arms to help you turn to get up. Now, for beginners, that should be much longer. Now, is this the group that was in this room yesterday? It's shifted. Okay. Then you all need to come a little closer, please. Let me borrow your block. Blanket is fine. One's good. That same sensation, or better, around here, around the temple, should take place when we take the next step, which is to come up onto getting ready for lying down pranayama. So, I've taken a blanket, we call this headstand size, fold it in half. I've got two in the exact same way, two done the same fashion. Put one on top of the other, except they're mildly staggered. That one is slightly off. Now, what's this distance? This distance has to do with your spinal column, has to do with your back. You're going to start with your buttocks slightly away from the bottom blankets. And then when you take support here, there should be a separate support that takes place for the sacrum and a different one that takes place for the lumbar. And those of you who are going to use the white blankets, these, you may want to use 3. Take another slight step. For some of us, this distance is 3/4 of an inch. For some of us, it's closer to an inch, inch and a half. It depends on your body height. It depends on your elasticity, the way that your body does or doesn't let go. And then the extra blanket, or if you don't have a blanket, you can use a brick here, so that the head is slightly higher than the shoulders are slightly higher than that part of the back, and your buttocks is down onto the floor. Watch to see that for some of us who've been doing pranayama for a while, this is more relaxing to the temples, because this center portion here across the chest begins to take air more readily. That as Guruji was talking earlier today about wherever you have the valley, you have a mountain somewhere else, and vice versa, you'll notice that this mountain that comes below begins to get rid of this valley that most of us get when we lie down. And that once that you start to get this, you'll see that the rest of the body, the energy of the rest of the body begins to let go. Now, we're always hesitant, not always, many of us are hesitant to use this word energy because it's too difficult to describe. But the fact is at some point we have to describe this, because pranayama is the regulation of the energies of the body. Pranayama is the prana, being that energy, that this life force, as we call it, is regulated by the use of these ways that we do. It's not just the breath moving, though the breath is one of the indicators of the body's energy. And again, because we are peers, we are colleagues, you are not beginners. I am not introducing you to pranayama. I can reveal the entire class. And the entire class is going to go from the temples towards the interior. And from that interior, try to describe to you what takes place on the inhalation, the retention, the exhalation. Where are we going to get here today? I'm going to teach you to sit. You've all sat before. I'm going to teach you that kumbhaka, as we call it. And during that kumbhaka, I'm going to pick up on the line that my teacher gave in 10 minutes today and take you on from there. Now, don't be terrified, many of you, thinking the Guruji's coming into this class. He may or may not. The last thing he told to me is no, I am not coming, Manuso. But if his urge comes, he will be here. But do not, he's the boss. This is my teacher, meaning when I tell you specifically that I know that this man knows more about this subject than I do, that this guru is so far beyond, it means that the control of what I consider my yoga class is useless by comparison. So that it's really his yoga class if he chooses to turn it into that. Having said that, I'm following the line that he established with you. You heard the same words I did. You may have translated it slightly differently than I did. I may have had another conversation with him about that than you did. But nonetheless, you and I together should explore this subject from that start point. and watch to see how it can progress into this thing that we call pranayama. When you lie down, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to again pierce here. Then, all of you, right where you are, just sit, just for a moment. You can leave your head up, but I'm asking you to close your eyes. Now, take your most subtle quality of your body, not your head, of your body, and follow it as you exhale. Good, then you can open your eyes. Now, watch again. Don't take my word for it. I'm asking you to look on your own. Because pranayama is your energy, not ours. Pranayama is your journey. And so this has to be a reality to you, not something that I force on you in any way. But watch again, and when you exhale, you will feel the body's energy literally come inward. On your out breath, you will follow it until it almost feels like it becomes a line here. Close your eyes and see if that's a reality for you. And then open them. Again, I'm not teaching this as pranayama. I'm teaching this as the beginning of pranayama. And many of you will have that reality. Those of us who can get out of our head, even for a moment, you can literally feel this happening. That's great. Now, here's where it gets a little tough. Because the truth is that has to be the inspiration for your inhalation. That you have to start from here, and then it has to feel like you've caught that line, and then that expansion comes from there. Close your eyes for a minute. I'm not even asking for a deep breath. I'm just asking you to go. Watch the energies. And there's a coming in. And then you touch. And when you start, follow that line and watch its expansion. Don't worry about breathing deeply. Don't worry about your ribs. It's not a ujjayi. Good. Then open. So Guruji was telling me today, he says, Manuso, you have to know that though we print it differently, the beginning of pranayama is always an exhalation. You see, you even read his own book, and he says everyone starts with an inhalation. Well, it does. But watch inside of you, and you can see, you can use this as your starting point, and then tell yourself that it goes on from here. Now, when you lie in Shavasana, and that's what I'm going to call this, Shavasana. When you lie in this supported Shavasana, you're going to relax. I'll talk to you about your head. We'll go through the face again. And again, I'm not going to do this for the whole class. But like a raw beginner, you have to start to trace the energy. And I'm asking you to begin from there. Not from Ujjayi, which again, I promise we'll get to. But we'll watch for a moment and start to see that if you can learn this, that pranayama itself is more of a release than it is a struggle. That there is not a harshness that comes to do this, but that there's a taste that comes that you're quite attracted to. And that when you get that, then you'll start to be able to move it a little, to change these energies. You'll find the real control of pranayama is not some sort of a restraint or harshness, but in fact there's a kind of a flow that you first watch and then eventually start to wrangle into where you want it to be. Everybody loosely got that? Okay, I'm sorry if they have to go so backward for some of you, but it always, as a refresher course, this is exactly where many of us need to touch again. That even those of us, watch when you lie down, especially those of you who have a good practice. You'll see that your breath will automatically start to switch on to an old pattern. And I'm asking you not to break that. I'm asking you to at least watch it, to know. So that again, that you understand that why Krishnamacharya, whose name came up this morning, told Iyengar that you can't print the book because these secrets are not something that's easily expressed. I am telling you that though I can describe to you something that goes on in pranayama, that your journey is clearly your own. That when you go to look inward, that you are following your own body's energy, and I'm asking you to do that without crossing those lines into these more formalized breaths that you've been taught. I'm asking you to back off a bit from Ujjayi to just look. Just look. Come on, everyone. You set up. Make sure you don't touch anyone or anything. I'm going to leave the lights on unless you have an objection to that. If many of you find that you cannot relax, I will turn them off. I'll ask for them to be turned off. Thanks, Alexis. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, you use the IREP if you need it. You use more or less blankets, but I'm asking you to take some support for your back spine. It would be better if you removed your socks. You can turn your head any way that's available to you, any way that you won't touch or interfere with anyone else. Don't make the gap so long that you don't have real support for your lower back. And back your buttocks up just a bit so that you're not directly against that spot. And be careful not to overlift. If you put too many blankets down, it actually aggravates. Not that you'll get a backache, but you'll have an aggravated lower back. Take time, be patient, get it right. Little more distance, Candace. Little more distance. I know you're not long of stature, but believe me, you're going to need, that's too much, somewhere in between. Garth, either your body has to go lower or your head has to come higher. You may want to just fold that blanket to increase the height under your skull. Then relax. Start the way we all do. Relax your arms and legs. The flow of the buttocks and legs should be away from the torso. The flow of the arms should feel like it drops away from the shoulders. They go to a state of relaxation. And look to see. Many of you will notice in an instant that if you got any ground that came out of the last Shavasana, that the area around the brow and the temple, there are some of us that find this one more relaxing, but there are a few of us that find it more aggravating. If you find that the temples are pulsing or gripped or hard or aggravated, be suspicious that the blanket behind your head is misplaced. It may need to be readjusted. But that has to be your job because we can't get to all of you, and some of it can't be seen from the outside, not by me anyway. The eyes should once again sink in, feeling almost like they're coming slightly away from the eyelid. The forehead relaxes, softens. The brain itself should almost feel like it withdraws away from the ceiling, away from that front forehead. The tongue releases, the root of the tongue surrenders, becomes slightly wider, but not so thick that it blocks the throat. The area around the temple has to be one of the places that you regularly visit. Has to be of concern to you constantly. Because a disturbance here, when we start to do the real deep breathing, when we go after the kumbhakas and the ujjayis, means that there's a strain and that the nerves aren't getting what pranayama should be about, the regulation of the energies of the body. Now you'll see that the elevation that's been given to your back allows for a freedom in the chest, allows for an elasticity of breath. And as I mentioned before, many of us get into this position and instantly begin some sort of a pranayama practice. I'm asking you to keep that to its most bare minimum so that you're really only tracing the breath at first. Nita, her head's crooked in the blue. And that as we begin to pierce from the outside in, start following your own exhalations. And many of you in here who teach know that this is exactly where we begin with our raw students. And yes, the quality of air is very different up here. And this is even more important today that you don't strain to do this. And that once you have learned how that exhalation goes, see if you can maintain your understanding of that thinning of sensation where everything came closer into that what I described as a line. And watch to see if you can get a softness as that line goes out, as that inhalation begins. Don't do deep breathing yet. Because if you can learn to do this, you'll see that there's a natural quality, that there is its own kind of pranayama that begins almost just with you as a witness rather than a doer. Breathe only out of the nose and don't suck the air through the sinuses. And some of you will already notice that even though I've moved only so far, first I brought you to the exhalation, now I'm only asking you to watch the inhalation. And again, I'm not treating you as beginners, that's why I'm moving a little faster. Many of you will notice already that the temples have become more gripped, more hard, or that there's a pulsing, an electrical impulse that can be felt just outside of the eye. Watch, observe, go in. And if you find that I'm too fast for you, or it may only have to do with today, you have to go back to see if you can find that exhalation. See if you can experience what you did sitting upright. Notice that I didn't make it some formalized how to exactly sit. I promise we'll do that. But when we did that, many of you could feel that bringing in of the energy of the body. And now start to see what it does, even though the chest is lifted, pushed up from the spine. And if you move too quickly, then pranayama becomes physical, meaning it really won't work for you. And it's always better to go more slowly, more with peace, more with subtlety when it comes to this subject. Many of you will also notice that even with the teacher barely mentioning the word inhalation, that the limbs withdraw or pull back or come away from the real shavasana, where the arms and legs should flow away from the torso. That their willpower tries to step in more quickly and more readily than it should. And many of you have learned that you can relax a little bit better by elongating your exhalations. So go ahead and do that, ever so slightly. Don't lose that thread. Because if you push out a little bit too much breath, you'll see that that line is in fact lost. You don't really gain by force. So you're slightly out breathing, you're slightly exhaling a little more and a little deeper without losing the softness of the temples and maintaining that thread and understanding of softness, subtlety, awakeness. And that as we had a description this morning of the multi-count cloths, or those of us who start to know about these sheets that have this many threads and fibers, etc., can you find yourself into a more subtle and more relaxed and deeper count, not numbers, not how long it takes, but with a finer tuned kind of understanding of that out-breath? And again, you'll see that in lying down pranayama, that the more relaxed you become, that the more appreciation you have of these subtle changes. Now, if you caught some of what I caught in this morning's asana class, you'll see that much of what Guruji teaches, he's asking you to find what the body will do naturally and then help that naturalness to its next state. Whether it's the armpit in Ardha Chandrasana or some of the other things that we did, watch to see that if you can find this exhalation, that the body releases more, that the nervine impulses become more subtle. And in that naturalness, you'll start to again see that the inhalations get a little deeper. And the other thing that you will notice is that the inhalations begin from the bottom of the ribs. That, eventually when we do Ujjayi, it comes from that natural beginning state, where the first part of the intake comes where the floating ribs, false ribs as they may be called, begin an activity that allows the breath to come inward. Don't breathe fast. Don't suck in hard. And if you can now make the transition from the deeper out breaths to start to follow that in breath, not even necessarily deepening it, but following it, you'll start to see that that line that you could feel coming in, that perspective change that brought and came closer to the core of the being, can also be traced on the inhalation on the way out without tightness. Without even starting deep breathing, the breath has a natural kind of action that allows it to be deeper. Chris, can you help her? Thank you. You're not sucking the breath through the nose. You're not hardening the area of the torso to make this happen. You're tracing, allowing, releasing to make this happen. And those of us who have an Ujjayi understanding, at whatever level we are, you'll see that the initial ways that we teach Ujjayi start right from where you are now. That your teacher clearly has started inside of yourself. Now, give it a moment. I'm going to tell you to roll sideways, but never do this quickly. Many of you know that you're waiting for me to start to tell you to bend one leg and turn. But look to see that the nerves make that transition so that there's no harshness in that turn. Bend one leg. Roll over onto your side. Stay there for a moment. It's best if you don't lift or shift the hips to make that turn. You push and just roll. Turn towards the floor. Push off with your left hand. Come up. Please come closer. So one of the explanations that you and I got this morning came from the action of the anterior and posterior. The anterior is the front. Posterior is the back. When we go to sit, the front of the spine should take the initiative. The front of the spine should be the major lift. The front of the spine should have the most activity. Now, what happens with most of us? Truth. We tend to pull here from a strengthening process and tip. We harshen. I know that's not really a great word, but we become harsh on the inside, and we get a grip here. And the words we got this morning were that this is, in fact, why you tire so quickly. And there's a truth to that. Many of you know that. We sit for a few minutes in pranayama, and oh, no, please, my body really won't do it. And at first you think that there's an aggravation that's come to the nerves. But then after a while you realize you're tired, but there's something else going. It's not that the muscles don't do it. It's just that the alignment just isn't quite perfect. So the bones that we sit on are the sits bones. They're the ischials. They're the buttock bones, whatever. When we go to sit, it's like a knuckle. You shouldn't be on the front or the back. Now, from the front, I'll show you. When I go to move the same way I just showed from the back, that harshness that I showed, it rolls inward, and it'll be quite obvious to you. It rolls me to the front of my sits bones. And of course, we get the illusion that more air is going to come in across here because I can feel that stretch. Right? I'm not pretending that it's not a stretch. Many of us believe somehow that if it's more like a back bend, that the chest is in fact open. But there's something much more subtle to this that I'm going to ask you to experiment with. And that is when you go to sit on that center sits bone. Guruji had actually told me this morning he had to finish with Paschimottanasana because he had to describe to you pranayama. He knew full well coming in, he wanted the last 5 or 10 minutes to lecture you on the nature of pranayama, and that action where he had you roll to find that sits bone, to make that turn, to awaken that spot, to change from the pumpkin towards the cucumber. You know that one, right? This is review now. This is only a few hours old. In that action, there's an awakeness that comes to the base of the torso. And in that base of the torso, you'll see that the aggressive character, our aggressive characters, start to bring us to that front rim of that pelvic bone, or those sits bones, excuse me. And in that you actually start to rob yourself of your prana, which is invested here in the front rim of the spine. That the supporter has to start from the bottom and move towards the top, and that the supporter comes right around here, the tailbone. So the description goes, what we pretend is normal, still believing in my own heart of hearts that there's no such thing, that there's a neck curve that goes this way, there's a thorax curve that goes this way, there's a lumbar curve that goes this way, and that the tailbone does this. When you go back to sit, at first I'm not going to be interested at all in the deep breathing. We'll get there. I'm going to be more interested in the seat, the stance, your asana, if you will. And as you sit here, you're going to find that center point, that middle portion of the sits bone. And then I'm going to ask you that as you sit, you're going to be told to take the anterior tailbone towards the posterior tailbone. Very simple out of my mouth. Really easy thing to do. But when you take that action, watch to see how it ripples up your entire body. The spine, of course, but you'll feel the entire torso has to find a new way to be. And that for those of us who've been overworking the back to try to sit, you'll find that it puts you in a state of struggle between that tailbone action and that lumbosacral action. And having said what I did, that the anterior tailbone goes back, you'll watch to see that suddenly it robs you of that feeling of trying to come forward, and it robs you of the place where most of you have tried to find strength. You understand in theory what I said? Now go back, I'll start again. Virtually just repetition of what I just went over. Take elevation under the hips, buttocks. At first, don't even take the head down. Now, some simple specifics. Don't drag the feet way in against the blanket. Notice, if you will, on one foot, the tendency will be to be right on that foot bone. It's actually a metatarsal, but without teaching anatomy. On one side, this will be sharp on the floor. On the other side, watch, there's a turn, that the ankle stretches a bit more. The side that you're more turned, the side where the outer ankle is stretched more, is the correct side. The other side, what some of us tend to do, is harshen that foot and sharpen that angle. And as we push there, it actually hardens the body. So watch my hands. Hopefully you can see. I'm using my hands, and my thumbs push the big toe mound in, and my fingers pull that outer foot out. Try. One foot's going to react ill to that. Then, rest your hands for now. I'm well aware of the fact that finally the palms should go up. Not today. Just rest the palms downward. And then sit up straight and tall. And you'll notice that in that first instant, already the pelvis attempts to shift. So, look inside, and first, before you even begin the tailbone, maybe I went too fast with that, before you begin the tailbone, find the middle of the knuckle that I'm calling that bottom sits bone, the buttock bones. And you'll see the dead center is tricky. If you don't believe me, lift your chest as much as is possible, and many of you will see you shift instantly to the front. So balancing the right and left sits bone, balancing the front and back sits bone. Again, really easy for me to say, very difficult to do. Start to pierce right down to the very bottom of your spine. And take your anterior tailbone towards your posterior tailbone. It's easier to move your lumbar, so that will come faster for some of you. But that's not what I'm asking you to do. Don't move your lower back. Move the tailbone. Now, there's a tickling here, and don't be confused. It is not a harshness, but you'll see that it has the root of what will eventually become Mula Bandha, eventually become Uddiyana Bandha. That the awakeness has come from that low in the spine. Now, lift your outer side chest. Notice that the tailbone tries to react. I have to give a moment because, it has to come from your insides. You have to watch. Close the eyes. Head still up. Upper eyelid drops to the lower eyelid. Are you very accurately on that middle buttock bone? And then is it the same on right and left? And as you mildly pull backward from the anterior tailbone to the posterior tailbone, now the rest of the vertebrae of the body have to stack up with one another. Don't do deep breathing. And if you move too much, you come off of that middle tailbone, middle portion of the buttock bones, and you become too tight across the abdomen. And if you don't move, you'll find your way back onto the front of those two ischials. And then from there, we'll start just where we started before. Watch one exhalation. And you'll notice that that coming inward happens again, and it's even stronger. Don't collapse the chest. Don't fall or change the position of the pelvis, but allow for awakening. And then open the eyes once again. What happens with most of us is when we start a pranayama practice, we go at it as if it was another variation of asana, where we start to think that if we move a little harder or a little more, that something really great will happen. If you overwork in this, trouble begins. This is actually where almost all trouble in pranayama begins. Now, watch again. Sit on the front of your sits bone. Do the front of the sits bone, exactly what I told you not to do for a moment. Now, don't move from there, and then exhale. Good. Now open your eyes. Now, find the middle of those two sits bones. Find that area and take that mild action in the coccyx and move from the anterior towards the posterior. Close your eyes once again. And then exhale once again. And then open your eyes. Now, the description that I will give you is when I'm even mildly on the front of those two bones, I am trying from the outside to make something happen on the inside. If I do it the other way, if I can make that anterior tailbone move to the posterior tailbone, if I can find the center of that sits bone, then the next thing that happens is that I am generating the breath from the inside out rather than the outside in. Take a moment, try it on your own again. Again, I need for some of you to start to taste this, because when you do, the attraction of what pranayama is will never leave you. And a mild shift in the way that your spinal column sits makes all the difference in the world. And then open the eyes. Now, you've been taught to sit. So, I'm not going to ask you to harshly push the chest into the chin or vice versa, but the head must be down. There's no question that the head has to be down, otherwise pressure comes in the head. And when you go to take your inhalation, whether it's just a deep breath or an ujjayi breath, again, is not worth an argument. But when you go inward from there, I want you to keep your mind on that front spine. That anterior spine, beginning from the tailbone, stacking all the way up, should be where your breath comes from. Now, just watch and listen. The breath comes in the nose. Sound comes from here. Again, old descriptions for many of you. But the real action has to happen in the way that I'm sitting. That center sits bone, and I have to keep judging where I am on that sits bone and how my tailbone is moving. Now, is that the deepest breath that I could do? And the answer is no. The willpower can be invested in this. Now watch. This one requires an eye. If you can see, great. If you can't, come closer. I don't mind either way. But watch again. I'm purposely not taking my shirt off, not just to keep the mic on, but to also destroy my reputation. But I'm also trying to let some of you see that there's an expression that the cloth itself will change. Watch. You'll see a deeper breath. But the heads become hot. The temples have become gripped. The pulsing inside of me says, Manuso, don't you realize you're at 8,000 feet? That you have to be very cautious with this? But I have to be careful because I have a big ego, and the ego says a longer breath is clearly what pranayama is, and it isn't. But as I keep watching, as I keep moving back inward, as I pay attention to the spine, there's a natural deep breath that I can find rather than do. And once you get that, you'll start to realize why the yogis didn't, it's not about the cautions, but why the yogis kept insisting that you do it correctly. That the warnings about pranayama were not just in terms of, it's going to mess your nervous system up, but that you'll never understand what it is. That the mystery of it will continue to be a mystery. And instead of trying to see if you can do a 1-minute inhalation or hold your breath for so long, you want to see if you can taste that kind of naturalness that comes from here. Now, we're not going to do a lot of this. And yes, you're still going to find that there's a naturalness where the ribs move here, that the breath begins here. And that if you can keep your mind where I'm asking you, and then experiment with where your tailbone and your sits bones are, and that you can find a way to stack those vertebrae one on top of another, you again may find that you're not taking as deep a breath as you like, but you're also going to see that it's really quite natural, that there's nothing forceful about this, that the naturalness is so much, all that you have to do is encourage it to go a little bit more, and you'll still find that the nerves, for some of us, I'm more relaxed on certain days, I can't say this every day, in this, doing this, than I am lying down for Shavasana. The Shavasana is in its own way elusive to me because this one lets me touch the nerve a little closer. Whereas Shavasana, I feel like I'm fumbling around in the dark. In this one, the nerve is literally coming, saying, hey, look at me. Pay attention, Manuso. Don't be so mean to me. Don't be so harsh. Sit, please. Yeah. No, I'm not asking you to stick the butt out. I'm asking you to take the sensation that stays on the front. I'm doing it this way because this is the way I'm sitting. Everybody? So I'm not talking about you now. I'm talking about me. You see, this is the turn of my tailbone. You see? The tip. So I'm not talking about the tip. I'm talking about here. And I'm asking you to take, I'm going to call it the energy, I call it the prana. Again, you put your word on here if you want. I'm asking you to find this sensation and move it. I should move it this way. You should move it that way. But again, I have to give where you are. You're facing me. Your tailbone is doing this. And yes, I know some of you are off to one side and cracked and et cetera. But here, this should feel not like you're turning your tip of your tailbone up. I'm asking you to take the energy of the base of the front of your spine and move it. Now, how much are we talking? A fingernail, an eighth, a 16th of an inch. You'll find the right distance. But I'm asking you, because what is the right distance? The right distance is the one that makes you find the center of the sits bones, buttock bones, even on the money. And again, for a moment, take your back tailbone in. In. Do the opposite of what I say. Take the posterior to the anterior. You'll feel the pelvis shifts. Right? You're off of that. Now, take the other one back. And then for a moment, just because this is the way a lot of us work, go too much. You're on the back of it. Your abdomen's gone completely hard. Your lower back feels like it's pushed way back. Find it perfectly. What was Guruji's description this morning? How does one go into forward bends? Not from the head, from the ribs, right? Okay? So from here, touch that spot, which we did this morning with the roll, right? You were in front of that area. I know where we were. And then from there, take the side rib up. Not the back rib forward, not the front rib back. Take the side rib up. Then, close your eyes. At the end of an exhalation, lift the chest up, take the head down. Relaxing the shoulders. Head has to go down. Those of you that are assisting me, all I ask is, don't force their head down. Ask them to get their head down. Pierce the spine first. I'm asking you to take the position. The asana is more important at first. And with your eyes closed, your inner eye has to watch the two sits bones. The two sits bones are neither forward nor back, right nor left. And the anterior tailbone comes back to touch the posterior tailbone. Then, now, find a slightly deeper breath. Find a breath that comes from this position. And as it draws in, rolls out, you'll see that the attention comes away from the front rib and, strangely enough, comes away from the diaphragm and starts to awaken those side ribs. Slow and steady out of the nose. Nothing too harsh, nothing hard. Tongue releases, drops to the bottom of the mouth. If you have to choose between doing the breath and doing the asana, please take the position. Take the asana. It will teach you this breath. And look inside and you will see that very clearly that the way that you're piercing, that awakeness that comes in the nerves does not come from your head. That the breath itself will give you the impression that it's generated by the way that the spine is. It's not a squeeze of the shoulder. It's not a hard lift of the outer side chest. But there's an opening that you can feel in the intercostal muscles. Those are the muscles between the ribs. And that there's a softness of the breath that can be attained by watching the action of the interaction between the tailbone and those two sits bones. And if you find that you get that pulsing or harshness or gripping or tightness around the temple, you're overdoing. That the action that eventually becomes this ujjayi is not something that's dictated to you, but is formed out of your own understandings, and that the way that the body has its own kind of naturalness, has its own kind of flare, sensation, feeling. If you need to take regular breaths in between, of course do it. But see if you can do it without losing the thread of the position. That mind looking at the skeletal system has become so important to you. And then trace what it teaches you much more than what I teach you, or am pretending to teach you. And you'll find again that every exhalation brings you into that perspective where it comes closer to the core of you. And every inhalation draws outward, learns, teaches from that line, from that small point, from that area close to the front spine. Now I'm in the chest now, not in the tailbone. And that opening that draws across there, again, has its own kind of flare, opening, feeling to it. Go back to normal breathing. And raise the head. Now, I don't know whether to call you in or stay there, but wherever you can see from, this one's going to get a bit more. Now we have to move to Kumbhaka. So, this morning, whether you want to call it Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, which is the way Guruji described it, that G-O-D, generates, organizes, destroys. That was the word he backed off on. But it was implied, right? Something has to give way for something new to be created. And this was the description this morning. So the breath comes in, and then you hold it for a moment, Kumbhaka, and then it generates. And then the exhalation comes. Okay? So we're going to go through that. Now, today's intake, most of you already have that thread established. But I want to watch a little bit more, not so much on the Kumbhaka as to how long you hold, but to whether you can really make it feel like you're using it as that organizer. How much breath is here? How much breath is there? What am I really doing? How hard does it become? How soft can I make this? Again, not counting how many numbers you can go by. It's not going to be one of these 64 of this and 20 of this as Guruji described it. But it's going to be more of, can I organize the way that the content and the container come towards each other? Yeah. The description I want you to follow along with, because it's obvious when you do it, but it's rather difficult to describe. The place that I can feel, I fill up from the inside. I am making like I have a elastic container, like you would blow up a balloon or take a plastic bag and fill it with anything, water, etc. And then it begins to fill out. Now, after a while, there's the touch point of where the water is on the inside of that container. The content and the container are against one another. And the place that it's most obvious in this is here. The container is what I consider to be myself. The content in this case is energy, prana. Not just air. Again, we have to back off from that. For raw beginners, talk to them about air. For those of us practicing, you'll realize very quickly it has nothing to do with air. That air is only the medium that allows me to watch the way that my energy moves. From here, I will fill, and then when I get to that Kumbhaka, I can feel right here on the top part of the breast, up against, as if it was something else that was material, it would be against this material that I filled. And then I have to find out when, as long as the content and the container are in contact with each other, I'm in a good Kumbhaka. But there's a feeling where you'll start to feel that the inside draws away. That literally, that in layers, that there's a pullback. And that in that pullback, that means that Kumbhaka is done. Not that I can't hold the breath longer than that, but that the filling, in fact, has been telling me from my insides, you are finished, Manutho. Beyond here, you're doing with your willpower. And that if I can stop before I get to that, the nerves will say that's a good Kumbhaka. That you, in fact, did not hurt yourself, that you are not aggravating the nerves. And it's not that it's so subtle that many of you will almost feel like you didn't notice it at first. Clearly, it's not something that's a reality. Now, again, not much to demonstrate. Because it's not my chest against my t-shirt. It's the layer of the inside against the back part of my skin. And though I relate to this as me, there's this front part of the skin that you and I can touch. Then there's the other side, and that's where I'm touching the prana from the inside, and the feeling comes here. It also comes here, but this one's more complex for some of us. It can be taught from here. This class could be taught from the top portion of the sternum. But I'm coming from here because it's easier to find. Again, content and container, that's all I'm looking at. Begins with an exhalation. Was that the longest I could make it? No. Was that the deepest I could make it? No. But watch what happens. I'm going to cross that line, and I'm asking you not to make the mistake that I'm going to make. You're going to see. Instead of letting go, I'm going to say, okay, you want to hold longer than this. There's people watching you here. For goodness sakes, show them a real kumbaka here. And you'll see what I do. What I will do is throw away the position to try to force the inside against the container. And that once I've done that, I'm lost. Once I've done that, then the nerves will actually start to aggravate. And those of you on the sides, you'll easily see that my temples will begin to become hard. And it happens in an instant, but it happens the instant after this drop-off comes. This is why this indicator has to be used before this one. From here, you're already causing the problem. From here, it's telling you, now, be careful. The next, back off. Too much. Instead of letting go. Then the pelvis tips, hardness comes in the face, the insides start to go, and then the panic comes. And this is one of those things that it's like going for food that you're really crazy over. Really crazy over. And you want to go and the taste keeps saying, do this and do this and do, just keep shoving it in there. Because the pranayama gets like that. And then there's another part that says, I think I've had enough right now. Let me have this today, and then I won't feel like I suffer for it tomorrow. That I can really, because after a while, any one of us knows this. Really, you know this. After a while, the taste is gone. It's not what it was the first few bites. And the pranayama has to get like this, where you have that kind of subtlety to say, you know what? The flavor is gone. Now I have to back off just a little. All right? Go sit, please. Phases. Okay. Have a seat. Someone asked me to go over a bit of Guruji's speech. I wish I had his poetry. I'm looking at an old friend of mine. Felicity and I go back years and years. And ask her after class if you'd like. But Guruji would teach us technique in the first few times that he would teach us pranayama. There was no question about it. You're going to move your ribs. You're going to lift your spine. You're going to take from here. By the time we would get to a 5th, 6th, 8th, 10th session with him of pranayama, it was almost no technique at all. It was only some philosophy, and then it was just poetry. And then it was just, but it became so subtle that I couldn't follow it in my early years. Honestly. I was going to myself, how could he even call this a pranayama class? He didn't even talk about breath. Until I really started to realize where he was going. Now, what was he saying? Again, I can't do it justice. But the inspiration is exactly what he called it. The G, that drawing in, that thing that creates. And then the stopping is the organizer. You'll actually get a taste of it in this. Some of you will start to see one side drops off quicker than the other. I can fill to the top on one side much more readily than I can on the other. I wonder, I'm suspicious, it may have to do with my 2 sits bones being uneven. But I'll figure it out one day. And then the exhalation comes. And for beginners, an exhalation is just strictly, I'm starting all over again. I get another shot at this. But to those of us who are trying to get a pranayama practice with some sort of subtlety, we really are letting go of toxins. In other words, it's not the destroyer in the sense that anything really gets burdened. What am I doing? I'm shoving off things that I don't need anymore. I am divesting myself of that which is, in fact, no longer serving me. And then I make room with that. That was the other part that many of you probably could or couldn't follow. Did you notice what he was talking about when you have a full cup? Full cup is useless. And then he began to go, he used a very interesting description. Guruji said, you take the cup and you put it in water. In other words, he didn't say fill it with water. He said put it in water. What happens when you put it in water? Something has to go away. You're emptying something to fill it. And then, when I empty that water, I'm again filling it with air. Although it's not so obvious, we know that this is in fact happening. What's going on inside of me? Don't write. Don't write. This is why you're getting in trouble. Try to actually absorb for a minute. Because again, it's not the way that we can teach, the physiology of how this turns. You have to start to get it from an inside understanding. Yoga is experiential. Whether Guruji was talking about sorrows or these pains that start to come, you understand that it's experiential. This is why this subject is so difficult to really be given in a scientific kind of understanding. It's not that we can't prove that people's backs get better and knees. But many of us who have a practice, we're so far beyond that. We are more looking towards that understanding of the self which cannot be described. Read in Guruji's new book, there's something quite fascinating. When he starts to talk about samadhi, and he begins to talk about this experience, again, describe to me what sleep is. How many times have you done it? It's a common experience. Give me a few words of what sleep is. And the answer is, you can talk to me about closing your eyes and barely moving, and the breath stitching. There's no description for it. When it comes to pranayama, at its most subtle state, I'm not talking about, yes, you can talk to people about upliftment, about energy vibration. You can do all of that. But notice at its most deepest level, it is indescribable. It's experiential. It is the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge, we talk. We trade knowledge. Wisdom, you have. This is why your pranayama practice is yours. It's not the pranayama practice that someone taught you. It's yours. It belongs to you. It always was yours. And it's only yours when it changes from that shift from knowledge to wisdom. And once you start to get that, you'll start to see how very slippery it is to try to talk to somebody about it, but how very powerful it is on the inside. Sit. Balance. The sits bone is neither forward nor back. Take that anterior tailbone towards the posterior tailbone. Close your eyes from top to bottom. Notice that even when the eyes close, some of us disturb. Take the outer side rib up towards the ceiling, not by lifting the shoulders, not by hardening the trapezius. Exhale. And at the end of the exhalation, when you're empty, bring the head down. Please try to stay with me. I'm going to go very slow, but I'm asking you to bear with me. It requires patience. When the head went down, the tailbone is disturbed. So it takes an extra second. The sits bones are disturbed. Now take normal breaths at first. But take normal breaths with the appreciation of what the asana position has done for you. Now again, just do deep breathing at first. We're not going to do a lot of kumbhakas, but we're going to do a few. So take a slow, deep, smooth inhalation. Follow it with a slow, deep, smooth exhalation. And again, it should be the asana that you're looking for. Where is my sits bone? Where is my coccyx? How is my tailbone operating? And again, don't be fooled by moving the large muscles of the abdomen or the lower back, what we call the lumbar. Really look to the base of your spine and let the front of your spine come to a state of awakeness from there. Continue with deep breathing without strain. If it comes to a strain, better to go back to normal breathing and work on the position. Now, having established that rhythm, start to watch your upper chest, below the collarbone, above the nipple, on that top rim of the breast. Watch the end of an inhalation. Don't hold it. Just watch it. Just put your brain right there. And more importantly, put your mind there. And then exhale. And you'll again start to feel that when you come to the end of your inhalation, that area fills. That area, you can feel the layer that I talk about, where the content has come up against the container. Don't hold the breath yet. Softness in the temple, adjustment in the two side sits bones, adjustment on the tailbone. Anterior spine awake. Then, all of you try to catch up with me. Now we're going to take the inhalation. Start now. Now, I'm not going to tell you when to exhale. Hold the breath when you're full. If you're not full, you go on with yours. Hold the breath when you're full. Keep your awareness on that top breast. And when you feel the content come away, when you feel like you've separated the layer just below the skin, that kumbhaka is in fact over. And then slowly exhale. Now the first breath after is just a recovery breath. And then see if you can again pick up that deeper breathing, that ujjayi type breathing. Again, observing the two sits bones. Living in that anterior tailbone. And softening across the temples. Skin should move from the chest over the shoulder, down the back. Don't harden the throat. The blonde, her head's so far down that her chest is closed. She's overrolled her rib forward. Her front diaphragm is hard. Then follow with me again. Begin your exhalation. Then join me. Inhale. When you touch that top, hold the breath there. Don't take the most breath in. And again, feel. It's not going to be some huge switch that goes off. But you're going to feel that it drops away mildly. Even that 1/16 of an inch that it drops, that's enough to indicate to you that the nerves are going to be bothered if you go further. Then you exhale. Then again, the first breath. When you're first learning, it's not an ujjayi breath right away. The first breath afterward is just a catch-up breath. There's an allowance that takes place. Good. Then raise your head. Open your eyes. Could you feel this? Be honest. And here's the thing. I know that I'm also teaching people who are teaching pranayama. When you go to introduce pranayama to anyone, always back them way up away from that harshness. We're going to do a couple of more. But I didn't want to do so many in a row, especially if I wasn't getting through to you. I have to know that some of you are getting this. And many of you have to know that many of us are looking for this like something in asana where there's some huge shift that takes place so we know we are in fact done or that something else has to that doesn't happen in pranayama. This is why you have to begin from your most subtle nervous system. That you have to be in there where that fine cloth, as Guruji was describing it this morning, that you could feel the difference between a 400 count and a 600 count sheet. That you're well aware of it. Because that's the only way that you can find this spot and really understand it. Because it's not some huge, where if I was going to over-demonstrate it to you, I would do this. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do that at all. The outside frame looks the same. It's the inside frame that there's this drop-off that comes, and once that comes, there's a part of us that is disturbed to give that breath up. Saying, I know I can do more. I know I can do more. And then after a while, you'll start to realize that you can hold that frame a little better, a little bigger, and then you'll notice what it's like to do a kumbhaka that does not have that nervine interruption, that upset that many of us have been living with if we overdo this. Bring your head down again. We're going to take just a few more. I'm going to end on time. I see somebody watching their watch. Head down. Eyes closed, head down. You know the rest of it. Again, I'm not teaching raw beginners. Rest your hands. I'm asking you to turn the palms down today because the truth is you'll actually feel the upper chest more readily if the palms are down. Eyes closed. Now you begin your deep breathing. Head down. Please, those of you helping, get their heads to stay down. Now again, the beginning and the end of the breath are really up to you, but I'm going to try to get us all in rhythm. Everyone exhale. Then inhale. Don't go fast, don't go harsh, don't even go all the way full. When you feel that lift, where you have drawn the inner layers up against that top breast, stay there. And when that drops off, when that layer peels back, that kumbhaka is over and the exhalation should begin. Then you establish and go back to deep breathing when you can. Still with the position, still with the action. Because if you don't get the base of the body, if you don't get the asana, the rest of this doesn't really add up. Because you'll overinflate, you'll push the rib too hard. Then everybody, stay with me again. Exhale. Then inhale. Slowly. You're not in a hurry to get anywhere, except to enlightenment. Then wait there with the upper outer chest full. And when you feel that there's a pullback, then tell yourself, I respect that, and then exhale with it. It's the beginning of the exhalation that most of us fail to recognize. Now, to take Guruji's words, which I can't do justice to, stay with it. Everyone exhale. Now imagine that you're taking in something so precious that you would call it God. And with that respect, take it in slowly so that you can savor it, understand it, and not be harmed by it. Then when you go to hold the breath, don't hold the breath. Ask it to stay. Invite it. And then realize that after a while it will do you damage because you can't take the full fury of what might be God. And then as you exhale, still savor it, not letting it fall, knowing that it's done you justice, and treat it so well that it'd be willing to come back and join you again. Raise your head. Keep the eyes closed. Raise your head. Wait there. Savor that experience just for a moment. Not doing the breath now. Just being. Not doing. Then, Shavasana. Now wait. Instead of flat Shavasana, which is a very, very good way to do it, after pranayama, sometimes practice where you keep that folded blanket in half, put it where it gives support to the sternum from the backside, and then another blanket behind the head. Like so. Because this will drop for most of us, and that indentation is actually aggravating. So the bottom of the shoulder is going to get caught by a blanket. Nothing too thick. Nothing too thick. Just lie down for a few moments. Don't play with the breath. Close the eyes from top to bottom. Try to find the Shavasana that truly brings relaxation. A pranayama that allows a Shavasana that allows that pranayama to settle in, where the nerves remain in that soft state. Once again, at least observing to see if the temples have given you a sense of softness. Those of you, most of you should not have your upper arm on that same blanket. Either go out to the side, I know you may not have room, or come around under it with the upper arm. And go inward where you're really trying to get the self to seek the self. That we come down out of our head, start to live out of the center portion, out of the seat of the self, which is in the chest. He's puffed up too much, Kathy. This one here in the pink, that cinnamon color. Gray blanket on his thighs. Go in line with the camera straight out. Keep coming and then go back 2 rows. Right there. That's too much. He's rolled it and pushed it too hard to his chest. Yeah. Now you want to take away as much of that state as you possibly can. And with that in mind, don't open the eyes to try to come to an instant awareness or to an instant state where you move on from here. Slowly open the eyes with some state of reverence and understanding. When you're ready, bend your left leg. Roll to your side. Turn towards the floor, push off with your left hand. Up you come. I thank you very much. See you tomorrow.